Shema Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah, God, Hero Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah is one, and you shall love Yahuwah, Elohim, with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be in your heart, and you shall carefully teach them to your sons, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. Shama Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah, God, Hero Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah is one. Hero Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah, God, Hero Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah is one. And you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes, and you shall write them upon the post of your house and on your gates. You shall fear Yahuwah, your Elohim, and serve him, and shall swear by his name. You shall not go after other idols, the idols of the people all around you. Oh, Yeshua, Shema, Yeshua, Elohim, Yahuwah, Hero Yeshua, Elohim, Yahuwah, Hero Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah, Hero Yeshua, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah is one.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah. I am Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy, and we are ambassadors of YAH. How wonderful it is for brethren to come together in unity. For this is the day that Yahuwah has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I want to thank all of you, Tudah, for those of you who are here as we're coming together on the Shabbat. I know for some of you it's difficult, as it was for me earlier today. For those of you who were with me when I was speaking about this on our Aki Albert's live. For those of you who don't know our Aki Albert, he's got a live that he's been doing pretty regularly. I would ask that you guys would join his lives on TikTok. I don't quite know his handle, but I'm sure somebody here will be able to tell you. And we have a great little community that comes together there. So if you can't get enough of the truth, and you can't get enough of coming together in unity with the Mishpachah, there is an alternative there for you. Okay. So let us go ahead and stand as we palal. We made some corrections as far as us standing. Those of us here in the United Snakes of America, we're going to face northeast. Okay. And I'm going to blow the shofar. And if you're an able-bodied person, may you stand with us as we face towards Yahushalom, the city of the great King, the eternal city of our Abba Yahuwah. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, wonderful is your name, O Abba. For there is none like you, O Yah. Abba, we give you all praise, honor, and esteem on this Yom, on this Shabbat. A day that has been set apart not only for us, but you have set it apart unto yourself, O Abba. And you have set apart a people who have been called by your name. Those of us who are native born and those who have been adopted in, for you love us all the same, O Abba. We look upon this Yom, this special Yom, as we get ready to enter in before you, O Yah, with thanksgiving in our hearts and upon our lips, as we speak to you these Kadash words that we're going to share today. Abba, we ask that you would teach us and guide us by your Ruach HaKadosh. We ask, O Abba, that you would open up our hearts to know your truth. May you speak to us clearly, O Abba. May we not waver to the left or to the right. May we stay on that straight and narrow path, that ancient path, O Abba, that has been set before us, etched in stone, O Yah, that has been given to us by your hand, by the mouth of the Nabaim, the prophets. Abba, we ask that you forgive us for all of our transgressions that we have committed before you. May all of our words be seasoned with salt. May we think before we speak. For this Yom belongs to you. And may all the things that we do, anything that we say, do, or speak, or even think, O Abba, be according to your Torah. May we uplift this Yom. May we acknowledge this Yom. May we acknowledge that you are the head and we are the tail. May we acknowledge that you are the first and the last, O Abba, and that you have bought us by your own blood, O Abba Yahuwah. And so again, we give you all to the Atah, Abba Yahuwah, unto you, who has given us Kai, who has given us life. Abba, there is none like you. You alone are Al Shaddai. And Abba, as that day gets ever closer, we ask that you would prepare our hearts, prepare us as your mishpachah, that you would help us, O Abba, to continue to speak this truth to all who will hear. Abba, even to our family members and our friends and our co-workers, may we plant that seed. May we be gentle as you have been gentle with us. May we be long-suffering as you have been long-suffering with us, O Abba. Please do not deal with us according to our ways, but according to your namesake, O Abba. May you continue to prepare us, your people, for the things that are at hand. For we know that we are here at this time for such an hour as this, O Abba Yahuwah, that you can move on your people, as you have been moving in your people in these last few years, O Abba. You have removed the veils over our hearts, O Yah, so that we can once again hear the milk of the word. May we continue to learn of the foundation of your truth, O Abba, so that we may not go astray as stupid sheep. May you guide us gently, O Abba. May you continue to open up our ears of our understanding to your word. May we not condemn one another, O Abba, but only give our love for one another. For we know without love in our heart, none of us will see your face, O Abba, none of us. Help us to love our enemies as we love ourselves, O Abba, for we know that this is such a hard command for us, but we know we're able to do it with you in our hearts. And so now we ask that you be in our midst, O Abba, for you say where 2 or 3 are gathered, you are here. We welcome you, O Abba Yahuwah. May our praise and our conversation and our speech and our comments be pleasing to you and pleasing to your sight. And as we are connected to you on this Yom, knowing that the gates of the Shamayim are open on this Yom at this very moment, because we are aligned with your appointed time, O Abba Yahuwah, may you hear our words. May you hear the offering of our lips, and may they be acceptable to your hearing. All this we ask, and these are our petitions on this Shabbat, in the mighty name of your Ben Yahushua HaMashiach. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and hallelujah, Amat. Rumamu. Abba Yahuwah. Amat. All right, Mishpachah. Now, earlier I heard some of you in Albert's live, and again, we're all learning, so don't think I'm getting on anyone. I know some of you are pronouncing exalt, which is pronounced Rumamu. Some of you were saying Ramamu, okay? It's Rumamu, not Ramamu, okay? Just wanted to make that clarification. Rumamu, okay? And some of you say Ra'ak instead of Ruach. It's not Ra'ak, it's Ruach, okay? Remember, pronunciation. We're going to learn these pronunciations. It does take a little time. Let us not be hard on ourselves. So I'm just giving you a little coaching on how to pronounce exaltation in Abrit, which is Rumamu, not Ramamu, okay? And Ruach and not Ra'ak, okay? All right. Okay, so let us go ahead and do our readings for today. And then we're going to get into our subject matter, the Pasach. I don't know if Aki Kenneth is here and Aki Danielle is here, but specifically those two, I wanted them to hear this, and I'm sure they'll go back, and if they're not here, they'll watch this over again because it automatically uploads onto YouTube. So we're going to talk about, when was our Passover lamb unalived? When was the Mashiach unalived? Okay, but before we go to there, we're going to begin with our reading. And so we're going to start off in the Torah. Let us go to Shemot, also known as Exodus, and we're going to go to chapter 13. Shalom, Donna. Shabbat Shalom. You said, what do those words mean? You're new. Okay, so if I can let you know again, the word Rumamu means exalt, okay, and Ruach is spirit. So if you hear someone say Ruach HaKadosh, okay, you may hear people pronounce it Ruach HaKodesh. Ruach HaKadosh, Ruach means spirit, Ha means the, and then Kodesh means set apart. So how we say it in English would be the set apart spirit, but we're not going to say it word for word from Hebrew into the English because it sounds funny, because we'll be saying spirit, the set apart. Okay, so we don't say it that way, but it's Ruach HaKadosh. Ruach HaKadosh means the set-apart spirit in English. Okay. You're very welcome, Donna. Okay, so let's read out of Shemot, also known as Exodus, chapter 13. And let me get my little proper here. And we're going to start at verse 1. So let me blow this up for you all. For those of you who are reading at home, can you all hear me? Let me make sure I'm on my Wi-Fi because we don't want to have any issues today. Everyone can hear me? Give me a yes or a 1 if you can hear me clearly. Clear. All right. Beautiful. Yafa. That means beautiful in Abrit. Some people pronounce it Yapa with a P, or with the F sound, Yafa. Okay? I kind of use both. I kind of go back and forth. All right, so let us read. Exodus chapter 13, verse 1, and it reads, And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Set apart to me, Kadash to me, all the firstborn, the one opening the womb among the children of Yasharal, among man and among beast. It is mine. And Moshe said to the people, Remember this day in that you went out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, out of the house of slavery or bondage. For by strength of hand Yahuwah brought you out of this place. And whatever is leavened shall not be eaten. Let me read that part again. And whatever is leavened shall not be eaten. Today you are going out in the month of Abib. And it shall be, when Yahuwah brings you into the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Huites and the Jebusites, that he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you eat unleavened bread, that is matzot, and on the 7th day is a festival to Yahuwah, a celebration. Unleavened bread is to be eaten the 7 days. And whatever is leavened is not to be seen with you. Let me say that part again. Whatever is leavened is not to be seen with you. And leaven is not to be seen with you within all your border. And you shall inform your son in that day, saying, "It is because of what Yahuwah did for me when I came out from Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, out of the world. And it shall be a sign to you on your hand and a reminder between your eyes that the Torah, the law of Yahuwah, is to be in your mouth. For with a strong hand Yahuwah has brought you out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, the world. And you shall guard this Torah at its appointed time from year to year." Notice verse 10. "And you shall guard, you shall keep this law at its appointed time from year to year. And it shall be when Yahuwah brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your fathers, and gives it to you, that you shall give over to Yahuwah everyone opening the womb, and every firstborn that comes from your livestock. Males belong to Yahuwah. But every firstborn of a donkey you are to ransom with a lamb. And if you do not ransom it, then you shall break its neck. And every firstborn of men among your sons you are to ransom. And it shall be, when your son asks you in time to come, saying, 'What is this?' then you shall say to him, 'By strength of the hand of Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.' And it came to be, when Pharaoh was too hardened to let us go, that Yahuwah unalived every firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim in Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I am slaughtering to Yahuwah every male that opens the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I ransom. And it shall be as a sign on your hand and on the frontlets between your eyes, for by strength of hand Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim." And it came to be, when Pharaoh had let go the people, that Yahuwah Elohim did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, though that was nearer. For Yahuwah Elohim said, "Lest the people regret when they see fighting or warring, and return to Mitzrayim," they return to the world, to the house of bondage. So Yahuwah Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones, led the people around by the way of the wilderness of the Sea of Reeds. Yours may say the Red Sea. And the children of Yasharah went up in fives from the land of Mitzrayim. And Masha took the bones of Yasaph with him, for he certainly made the children of Yasharah swear, saying, "Yahuwah Elohim shall certainly visit you, and you shall bring my bones from here with you." And they departed from Sukkot and camped in Etham at the edge of the wilderness. And Yahuwah went before them by day in a column of cloud to lead the way, and by night in a column of fire to give them light, so as to give by day, or as to go by day and night. The column of cloud did not cease by day, nor the column of fire by night before the people. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Now we're going to go to chapter 34 of the same book, called Shemot, or Exodus. Chapter 34, verse 1. And Yahuwah spoke to Masha, "Cut 2 tablets of stone like the first ones." So you know where we're at. Remember, Masha, aka Moses, broke the first tablets because of anger, what he saw his own kindreds doing. Okay, they were dancing around the golden calf, and so Yahuwah is telling him instructions: cut 2 tablets of stone like the first ones, and I shall write on these tablets the words that were on the first tablets that you broke. And be ready in the Bokor in the morning. Then you shall come in the Bokor to Mount Sinai and present yourself to me there on the top of the mountain. And let no person, no man come up with you, and let no one be seen in all the mountain, and let not even the flock of your herd or the herd feed in the front of that mountain. And he cut 2 tablets of stone like the first ones. Then Masha rose early in the Bokor and went up Mount Sinai as Yahuwah had commanded him. And he took 2 tablets of stone in his hand, And Yahuwah came down in the cloud. Notice this, Yahuwah came down in the cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed the name Yahuwah. If anyone doesn't understand that this is not the name, notice he proclaimed his own name, Yahuwah. And Yahuwah passed before him and proclaimed, Yahuwah, Yahuwah, a mighty, compassionate, and showing favor, patient, and great in loving commitment or kindness and truth, watching over loving commitment or kindness for thousands, forgiving crookednesses and transgression and sin, but by no means leaving unpunished, and visiting the crookedness of the fathers upon the children and the children's children to the third and the fourth generation. And Masha hurried and bowed himself towards the Arats, and did obeisance, did worship, and said, If now I have found favor in your eyes, O Yahuwah, I Palal, let Yahuwah go in our midst, even though we are a stiff-necked people, even though we are a stubborn and hard-headed people, and forgive our crookedness and our sin, and take us as your inheritance. And he, Yahuwah, said, See, I am making an agreement. Before all your people, I am going to do wonders such as has not been done in all the Arats, nor in any people, nor in any ethnic group of nation. And all the people among whom you are let me say that again. I butchered that. And all the people among whom you are shall see the work of Yahuwah. For what I am doing with you is awesome. Yes, it is. And it is to this very day. So awesome to see. Guard, keep what I command you today. See, I am driving out from before you the Amorite and the Canaanite and the Hittite and the Perizzite and the Huite and the Yabusite. Guard, keep yourself, lest you make an agreement with the inhabitants of the land where you are going, lest it be a snare, a trap in your midst. But break down their slaughter places and smash their pillars and cut down their Asherim, for you do not bow yourselves to another mighty one. For Yahuwah, whose name is jealous, is a jealous mighty. Why am I making an emphasis on this Shabbat? Some of you had asked me a question. Aki Albert, I think you had asked me a question about people who say, well, you know what? I'm going to continue to call him Lord because I speak English. Here's another passage that you can share with them. How he is jealous for his name. He's jealous. Lest you make an agreement with the inhabitants of the land, and they whore. Notice the word that's used here. And they whore. They're playing the harlot after their mighty ones and slaughter to their mighty ones, meaning that they are praying to their mighty ones. And one of them invites you and you eat of his slaughterings, meaning that you are partaking of their holidays, their high days, their set apart days, like Christmas and Easter. Yeah. And you take his daughters for your sons, and his daughters whore after their mighty ones, and make your sons whore after their mighty ones. This right here, Mishpachah, is the only reason. It had nothing to do with your paint job, had nothing to do with the color of your skin. It had everything to do with the heart condition. It had everything to do with the mindset of the people that we were not to intermingle with. We were not to marry with them. And so it is to this day. Stop looking at people's paint jobs and saying, I'm not supposed to take a Caucasian as a wife or a husband. No, if that Caucasian that is a man or a woman loves Yahuwah, they keep the commandments, that person can become your partner. Has nothing to do with the color of their skin. So let's continue. Verse 17, do not make a molded mighty one for yourselves. This is talking about like crosses and the image on the cross. I don't have to go too far with that on this day. Verse 18, guard the festival of Matzot. Guard the unleavened bread. For 7 days you eat unleavened bread as I have commanded you. In the appointed time, notice he's saying appointed time. You don't do it when you feel like doing it. We just don't pick a day and say, oh, you know what? This is the 15th day of the new moon cycle because I saw the sliver of the moon. Let me count 15 days from the sliver of the moon. And that's the first day of unleavened bread. You don't see those instructions anywhere in scripture. But you can't tell some of us who are stiff-necked and hard-headed what is truly being said in Scripture, because not all of us have been given eyes to see and ears to hear. So again, for 7 days you eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, in the appointed time of the month of Abib, because in the new month of Abib you came out from Mitzrayim. Now let me stop right there, because some people take this passage in this chapter 34 of Exodus and they like to say, well, if I don't see the green ears of the wheat or the barley, then I'm not good. The year hasn't began yet. The new year hasn't began yet. The month of Abib hasn't began yet. Again, nowhere in Scripture, that is the Old Testament, nowhere in the Torah, that is the first 5 books of what we call Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, do you see anywhere where the Messiah, who we know as Yahuwah, told the children of Yasharal that you have to wait to see the ears of the wheat or the barley in the field to say, now you begin to count 14 days from this point to keep the Pasach, or to keep the 15th day, which is the first day of unleavened bread. You won't find that anywhere in Scripture. Let's continue. Verse 19, everyone opening the womb is mine, and every male firstborn among your livestock, whether bull or sheep. But the firstborn of the donkey you ransom with the lamb, and if you do not ransom, then you shall break his neck. Every firstborn of your sons you shall ransom, and they shall not appear before me empty-handed. They shall not appear before me empty-handed. What is being told to us? You are to bring an offering. Today we have our offering. The Mashiach, the Messiah, is our offering. So for those of us who believe in him and we follow his words, we don't come empty-handed. He becomes our Pesach lamb. Let's continue. Verse 21. 6 days you work, but on the 7th day you rest, in plowing time and in harvest you rest. And perform the festival of Shabuat. Shabuat, as we know, is the Feast of Weeks. That is also known in the Greek tongue as Pentecost. And perform the festival of Shabuat for yourself, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the festival of ingathering at the turn of the year. So this ingathering at the turn of the year is not talking about that is the end of the year. No, that is what we know in the Hebrew as takufa, which is a turning of the season. The Feast of Ingathering is in the 7th month. The very first day of the 7th month, we know that as the festival of trumpets, okay, or Yom Teruah, the day of noises. So the ingathering is 15 days later from that day, from the very first day of the 7th month. That day, the 15th day, is the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles, which we see here as the festival of ingathering. So it says here in verse 23, 3 times in the year, all your men are to appear before the Master Yahuwah, the mighty one of Yasharal. For I dispossess nations before you, and shall enlarge your borders, and let no one covet your land when you go up to appear before Yahuwah, your mighty one. 3 times in the year. For those of you who don't believe that we're to keep the festivals, this is to be done every year. Okay, 3 times a year. Verse 25, do not slay the blood of my slaughtering with leaven, that is leavened bread. And do not let the slaughtering of the festival of the Pesach remain until morning. So we're going to get into that today, about the Pesach, how to keep it, when does it begin, when does it end, and we're going to talk about the Messiah, when he was unalived for us. When did this happen? We're going to go through this step by step today, because at the end of this, when you have heard all of this information, you should have no questions, I believe. If we do this properly, if I can lay this down for you properly, you should have no questions as far as when it occurred, how many days it occurred, when our Messiah was unalived, when he was resurrected. All of this is going to be answered today, Abba Yahuwah willing, if I can do a job in service to our Abba Yahuwah in your hearing. Okay? All right, let's continue. Verse 26, bring the first fruits of your land to the house of Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. That's a no-no, okay? People like the Jewish people like to say, you can't have burger with cheese. That's not what it's talking about there. Just because you make the cheese with, clumped up butter and all of that, you know how they do that with the milk and all of this stuff. That's not what it's talking about here. You are not to boil the young goat in its mother's milk. It's that simple. Has nothing to do with meat and cheese or dairy products. Okay. People like to add stuff to the scripture, and this is not what we're supposed to be doing. Those are Talmudic commandments that you're talking about when you're saying stuff like that. What is a Talmudic commandment? This is the oral teachings of the rabbis, okay? The ones that the Messiah came to destroy their commandments of men. That's what the Talmud is. Those are oral teachings of these rabbis who gave us commandments of men that our Creator did not give us. So anytime you hear somebody talking about, oh, you can't even turn on a light switch on Shabbat, that's where they're getting it from. Oh, you can't rip a piece of toilet paper on Shabbat. That's where they're getting it from. Okay? Just keep those things separated. Stop bringing Talmudic practices into this truth. Has nothing to do with us. Anytime you bring something like that to this channel while I'm on, I'm going to just kindly correct you. All right? But if you're one who wants to stay strong and adamant about keeping the Talmudic law, I'm going to show you the door. All right? Let's continue. Verse 27. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, write these words, for according to the mouth of these words, I have made an agreement with you and with Yasharal. This agreement, we don't use this word, this agreement, this contract, these marriage vows, they're to be kept to this very day. This very day. Verse 28, and he was there with Yahuwah. Who's he? Moshe, Moses, was there with Yahuwah 40 days and 40 nights. He did not eat bread and he did not drink water. How was that possible? Because he's in the presence of Yahuwah. He doesn't need to eat like us mere mortals because he was in the presence of Yahuwah. Yahuwah was sustaining him the whole time he was on top of that mountain with him for 40 days and 40 nights. Don't you go and try to fast for 40 days and 40 nights not drinking no water. All of your organs are going to fail. Mark the words. Don't try it. I got people over here trying to do crazy stuff and they're not reading and rightly dividing the word of truth. Be careful. Be careful. And he wrote on the tablets the words, the dabarim of the agreement, the barit, the 10 words. And it came to be when Moshe came down from Mount Sinai, while the 2 tablets of the witness were in Moshe's hand, when he came down from the mountain, that Moshe did not know that the skin of his face shined, since he had spoken with him, with Yahuwah. And Aaron and all the children of Yasharal looked at Moshe and saw the skin of his face shining, and they were afraid to come near him. But Moshe called out to them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned to him, and Moshe spoke to them. And afterward all the children of Yasharal came near, and he commanded them all that Yahuwah had spoken with him on Mount Sinai. And when Moshe ended speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But whenever Moshe went in before Yahuwah to speak with him, he would remove the veil until he came out. And when he came out, he spoke with the children to speak with the children of Yasharal what he had been commanded. The children of Yasharal would see his face, or see the face of Moshe, that the skin of Moshe's face shining. And Moshe would put a veil on his face again until he went in to speak with him. Hallelujah. Ooh, we almost swallowed wrong way there. Okay, now let's go to Deuteronomy 16. Let's go there because I have people who are going to say this as well. So let's go ahead and knock this chapter out. And then we're going to go to the Brit HaKadash, also known as the New Testament. Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 1. Let's read this together. You'll notice that the theme is all about the Pasach, okay? Deuteronomy, Dabarim, chapter 16, verse 1. Guard, that is to keep the month of Abib and perform the Pasach to Yahuwah, your Alua Alahim, your mighty ones. For in the month of Abib, Yahuwah, your mighty one, brought you out of Mitzrayim by night. And you shall slaughter the Pasach to Yahuwah, your Alua Alahim, from the flock and the herd, in the place where Yahuwah chooses to put his name. You see that? Now people like to say, "Oh, see, we can't keep the Pesach." Hold on, let's continue to read. Eat no leavened bread with it. For 7 days you eat unleavened bread with it, bread of affliction, because you came out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, in haste, in a hurry, so that you remember the day in that you came out of the land of Mitzrayim all the days of your life. We are to remember this all the days of our waking life, Mishpachah. And no leaven should be seen with you in all your border for 7 days. Neither should any, let me bring this down so you guys can see it with me. Neither should any of the meat that you slaughter in the evening, notice when we're to do this, the meat that you slaughter in the evening on the first day, stay all night until morning. So what is he saying to us? Again, the instructions is the same. The Passover lamb, the meal, that lamb or that goat, we're not talking about chicken and turkey and beef and whatever else that you may have that you're eating with it. No, we're talking about specifically the Pesach, the lamb or the goat that you use. That shall not remain until Bakor in the morning. You are not allowed to slaughter the Pesach within any of your gates. You see this? You are not allowed to unalive the Pesach within any of your gates that Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, gives you. But at the place where Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, chooses to make his name dwell, there you shall slaughter the Pesach in the evening. There it is again, in the evening, at the going down of the sun. Just in case you don't know when evening is, he's letting you know clearly. It's when the sun is below the horizon. At the appointed time, this is their time of appointment, you came out of Mitzrayim. And you shall roast and eat it in the place that Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, chooses, and in the Bakor you shall turn and go to your tents. Okay, so that's where we're going to stop there. So what are we reading here? We're talking about the Pesach, when you're to eat it. You are to eat it in the evening of the 14th, and none of that Pesach meal. We're talking about the lamb and the goat. Again, because of the time that we're living in, I'm going to have to clarify this, because some of you might try to go out and literally purchase a living lamb, and now you're going to slaughter it in your backyard, and you got blood everywhere. This is not what we're talking about. We don't do this anymore. Okay. First of all, it's to be done according to the practices and the teachings that has been given to the Levitical priesthood, which, as all of you know, we don't have a physical temple. And we don't have a physical priesthood that we can take our physical lamb that has no spot or blemish, that's 1 year old, and that's a male. We got to meet all these requirements now if you're going to try to do something like this, which that we're not supposed to. Okay? We don't do this anymore. Why? Because the Messiah has become our Passover lamb. So now, with all that being understood, why are we still talking about making sure that the lamb or the goat is not to be left over until morning? So if you are going to observe the Pesach, like we're going to here in a couple of days in Phoenix, we're going to commemorate, that is to celebrate what our Messiah has done for us as our Passover lamb. You see, all that stuff that has happened that we just read about has to do with a physical law that they had to physically do at that time, during the time that they were physically brought out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, and they kept it in the wilderness. Okay? Even to the point that when they entered into the land, the promised land, they kept it all the way until the Messiah came. They were keeping it, even though some of them were keeping it wrong, and some of them were keeping it on the wrong calendar. Yes, all of this was already going on. Okay? And Yahuwah wasn't happy with their festivals and their offerings and their new months and their Shabbats. He was not happy with those things because they were keeping it wrong. They were breaking his commandments. So now, here we are today. If you're going to observe the Pesach, you can go buy you a piece of lamb. This is what we're going to do. And we're going to commemorate the occasion. It's not going to meet all of the Levitical priesthood and what we were supposed to do according to the Torah. No, this is a commemoration. We're celebrating this time before Abba Yahuwah. And so what would we do? We would cook the lamb and we would eat it in the evening. So that whole day we would be cooking it during the daytime. We're going to be cooking the lamb, and when evening comes, when that sun goes down under the horizon, we're going to break out with the Passover. This is when we're going to eat. But let me not get ahead of myself, because we're going to follow the footsteps of the Messiah. When we go into the New Testament, the Brit HaKadosh, we're going to see how he kept it with his disciples. And it's going to tell you, and it's going to show you when he did it, when he was unalived, when he was resurrected, and how all of this fits perfectly according to what the Messiah says, because after all, he is the Word. He is the Torah. He is the law manifested. So you best believe he's going to keep his high days, his appointed times, according to what he has given us. He's not going to break his own rules. He's not going to break his own laws. Far be it from him to do such a thing. So I'm going to show you proof. Okay, so now let's go to the next one. Now we're going to go to Luke, chapter 22. Let's read that together. All right. Lucas, chapter 22, verse 1. And the festival of Matzah, or Matzut, drew near. That is called Pesach. Listen to the reading here. And the festival of Matzut, we all know what Matzut is, unleavened breads, right? Drew near. And then it says right here, that is called Pesach, or Passover. And the chief priests and the scribes were seeking how to unalive him, for they feared the people. And Shaitan entered into Yehuda, you may know him as Judas, who was called from Kirioth, or Iscariot, who was numbered among the 12 disciples. And he, that is Yehuda, Judas, went and spoke with the chief priests and the captains, how he might deliver him, our Messiah, up to them. And they were glad and agreed to give him silver. And he promised and was seeking an occasion to deliver him up to them, away from the crowd. And the day of unleavened bread came, when the Pesach had to be slaughtered. Let me read verse 7 again. And the day of unleavened bread came, when the Pesach, the Passover lamb, had to be unalived. And he, the Messiah, sent Kappa and Yohanan, saying, go and prepare the Pesach for us to eat. Notice what the Messiah said. The Pesach, it was time for the Pesach to be unalived. This was according to the law, according to the Torah. And Yahusha, keeping the law, told Kappa and Yohanan, that's Peter and James, saying, go and prepare the Pesach. This is before the evening, for us to eat. And they prepared it, and they said to him, where do you want us to prepare? And he said to them, see you to enter into the city, a man shall meet you, and carrying a jar of water, follow him into the house where he enters. And you shall say to the master of the house, the teacher, the rabbi, says to you, where is the guest room where I might eat the Pesach with my taught ones, with my disciples, the Talmudim? And he shall show you a large furnished upper room. Prepare it there. Okay. Now let me prop this side up here as I continue to read. And it goes on and says, and when the hour had come, he sat down, and the 12 emissaries with him. And he said to them, with desire I have desired to eat this Pesach with you before my suffering. For I say to you, I shall certainly not eat of it again until it is fulfilled in the reign of Alua Elohim, until it is completed or accomplished in the reign, the kingdom of our mighty one. And taking the cup, giving thanks, he said, take this and divide it among yourselves. For I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine until the reign of Alua Elohim comes. And taking the bread, giving thanks, he broke it and gave it to them, saying, this is my body that is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. Likewise, the cup also after supper, saying, this cup is the renewed agreement. Notice the two words there. Yours may say new, and then it'll have this word. It's renewed, not a new, a renewed agreement in my blood or in my dam that is shed for you. But see, the hand of him delivering me up is with me on the table. And we know who he's talking about there. But again, this here, very key, verse 20, this cup is the renewed agreement. What is the renewed agreement? What is the renewed agreement? Let me show you. Do you guys remember what we just read? Let's go back here to Exodus 34. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, or said to Moshe, cut 2 tablets. There's the agreement. Cut 2 tablets of stone like the first one, like the first agreement. And I shall write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets that you broke. You see, this was prophecy in the life of Moshe. His actions was letting us know when he received the first agreement, the tablets of stone. That was the first contract. That was the first marriage vow. And what happened to that first marriage vow? Remember when he came down the mountain, he saw Moses saw the children of Yasharal dancing before the golden calf. They were playing the harlot. They have created for themselves an image. And that image was something that Yahuwah didn't give them. So they broke the first agreement. And so Moshe, by anger, representing the anger of Yahuwah, broke the first agreement, gave them a certificate of divorce. But what did he say to Jeremiah? He says, I am married to the children of Yasharal. Return unto me, you backsliders. So how do we come back to him as a people? It's through the Messiah. This is the second agreement, the second tablet that was not cut out with the hands of man. Okay, and so this is what we're reading. All right, this is the renewed agreement. And so the renewed agreement, and this is why when you read some of the other translations, they just say new covenant. It totally wipes away what was being told to us through the story of the life of Moses or Moshe. It literally was him showing us that he was going to renew the contract again. He was going to renew the agreement again. And so we see the same thing here in Hebrews chapter 8. For those of you, I hope you're making notes of those that need these notes. Verse 10, Hebrews 8, verse 10, because this is the agreement that I shall make with the house of Yasharal after those days. After what days? After the days of the Mashiach, says Yahuwah, giving my laws. Remember, it was written again on stone, right? Remember, he said to Moshe, take for yourself 2 stones, and I'm going to write on them again what I wrote on the first one that you broke. We broke the first agreement. He says again, because this is the agreement that I shall make with the house of Yasharal. Notice he didn't say with the Gentiles. Notice he didn't say with Christians. Notice he didn't say this with anybody who calls themselves that they are the church. No, this is with the house of Yasharal. Remember, the Messiah says that I have come for the lost sheep of Israel. He says, I wasn't sent to anyone else, but to the lost sheep of Israel. Well, how does this play in with the Gentiles? Because there are certain Gentiles whose eyes were going to open up even to this very day. As I'm speaking to you, there are going to be those who are going to gravitate and they are going to be adopted in to the house of Israel. They will no longer be called Gentiles. They shall be called Israel. They're going to cling to Israel. And so this is what it's saying here. Because this is the agreement that I shall make with the house of Yasharal after those days, says Yahuwah, giving my laws in their mind. And I shall write them, what? The laws on their hearts. And I shall be their mighty one, and they shall be my people. Why do we have people telling us that the laws have been done away with when they're supposed to be written on our hearts? This is the renewed agreement. This is what the Messiah was saying in Luke chapter 22. What did he say here? Verse 20, likewise, the cup also after supper, saying, this cup is the renewed agreement in my blood that is shed for you. This is why he kept telling us, if you love me, keep my commandments. So we know that the commandments are to be followed. We know that the commandments haven't been done away with. There are those who are going to be coming in here, and there's probably some people that are listening to me right now. They're saying, what are they talking about? What? No, the law has been done away with. We're not saved by the law. No, we're not saved by the law. 100% we're not saved by the law. But you are to do them if you want to live. That's right. You are to do them if you want to live. Now let's continue. Now we're going to go and get into how all of this fits together. Give me a second. I need you guys to see this. All right. So many of you remember me saying that the book of Matthew is the only book out of the 4 basuras that they misnamed the gospel, the great news. Matthew is the only one that we still have that is written in Hebrew. Mark, Luke, and John, the only translations that we have of that has been unearthed from antiquity, is all written in Greek or in Latin. Okay. But Matthew is the only one that we still find in its original language. And you can see that, or you can look into it. It's now being displayed at the museum in Paris, France, at the Biblioteca. Boy, that's a hard word for me to say. Biblioteca Paris. Okay, you'll find it there. Okay. So Matthew, some translations you'll see, you can look it up. Shem Tov, Shemtob, Shemtob. Okay, which is another name for Matthew, written in Hebrew. And you'll find there that it is probably the best copy that we have of the life of our Messiah and what he did during his time that he was here with us. So we're going to start, and we're going to pick this up from the time of the Passover. So let's go to Matthew chapter 26. Now we're going to do this with the calendar, okay? Not the calendar known as the Gregorian calendar. We're going to talk about this Gregorian calendar and how they have screwed this up. So we're going to go from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I hope you guys can stick with me and stay with me. This is going to show proof that there has been some alterations to the New Testament. It doesn't make it to where we no longer believe in the New Testament, because we have to look between the lines of these lying pens of the scribe, and you can see where Rome wanted to remove the Hebraic understanding of what our Messiah did. Okay? They wanted to understand this whole Good Friday and the triumphal entry, okay, and this Palm Sunday and him resurrecting on a Sunday, all that mess. You're going to see it in these other books called Mark, Luke, and John. You're not going to see it in Matthew. And this is why when I share this with you all, and I'm going to share it with you again, you're going to see it for yourself. There's a reason why the Messiah, and while I'm saying this, I want one of you to look up for me, because I didn't look it up earlier, where the Messiah said to the Pharisees and Sadducees, no sign shall be given to this adulterous generation but the sign of Jonah. As Jonah was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights, so shall the son of Adam be in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. Please, someone look that up for me. Where he said to the Pharisees that he is going to be in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. Please look that up for me and share it with us here in the comments. Thank you. Let's see who gets it first. There it is, Matthew 12. All right. So let's read that real quick. Let's go to Matthew 12. Tudata, everyone. Tudata Aki Emmanuel. Great to see you here. Shabbat Shalom Ma'at. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at this. starting at verse 38. Then some of the scribes and Pharisees answered, saying, Teacher, we want to see a sign from you. But he, our Messiah, Yahusha, answering and said to them, a wicked and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and no sign shall be given to except the sign of the prophet Yonah, or the Nabi Yonah. For as Yonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the stomach of the great fish, so shall the Son of Adam be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Okay? Remember that. 3 days and 3 nights. That is key to what we're talking about. Okay, so now we're going to go to Matthew. Now let's read this together. And as we read this together, I'm going to start pointing some things out to you, and I need you guys to pay attention, especially my Aki. If they're not even here, at least they'll get to hear their names, and they can look into this later. Aki Kenneth and Aki Daniyahu, okay? All right, verse 26. And it came to be, when Yahusha ended all these words, he said to his taught ones, you know that after 2 days, the Pasach takes place, and the Son of Adam is to be delivered up to be impaled. Then the chief priests and the scribes and the elders of the people came together at the court of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas. You may know him as Caiaphas, and plotted to seize Yahusha by trickery and unalive him. But they said, not at the festival, lest there be an uproar among the people. And when Yahusha, that is our Messiah, was in Bethaniah, at the house of Shimon the leper, a woman came to him, having an alabaster flask of costly perfume, and she poured it on his head as he sat at the table. And when his taught ones saw it, they were much displeased, saying, to what purpose is this waste? For this perfume could have been sold for much and given to the poor. Look how they're making themselves seem like they're so I don't want to use that word, pious, if you will. Oh, why are you using it that way? They're speaking down to one of our Akotis, and they're trying to make her seem like, oh, you shouldn't have used that like that. We could have took that and cashed it in and took that money and gave it to the poor, making her look like and making her feel bad at the same process. Verse 10, however, when Yahusha noticed it, he said to them, why do you trouble the woman? Why do you trouble this sister? For she has done a great work towards me. For you always have the poor with you, but me you do not have always. For in pouring this perfume, my body, she did it for my burial. Truly I say to you, whenever this great news, this Basora, is proclaimed in all the world, what this woman has done shall be spoken of also to her remembrance. Hallelujah. Then one of the 12, called Yehuda from Kirioth, went to the chief priests and said, what would you give me to deliver him to you? And they counted out to him 30 pieces of silver. And from then on, he was seeking an occasion to deliver him up. Now, remember, it says here, you know that after 2 days, the Pasach takes place. Notice here, at the very end here of this passage, and from that moment, he was seeking, that is Judas Iscariot, Yehuda the Iscariot. He was looking for an occasion to deliver him up. So now some time has transpired. Now here we are, 2 days have passed now, because notice what it says here. And on the first day of unleavened bread, the taught ones came to Yahusha, saying to him, where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Pasach? Notice that, the first day of unleavened bread. Now I know when we talk about this, let me show you this in our calendar. Here's the 14th, okay? This here is the first day of unleavened bread. You see it here, day 1, unleavened bread, all right? This is for the 7 days, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7 days of celebration that we're told about in Leviticus chapter 23 about Matzot. So let's read that real quick, and we're going to come back to this passage in Matthew 26. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 23. And for those of you who don't know where all the feast days are, that's where you're going to find it. All the feast days that we are commanded to keep is in Leviticus chapter 23. Okay. Some people say, well, I saw that there is these other feasts that, the feast of olives and look, don't confuse yourself with that stuff. Let's keep it plain and simple. All right. If you want to do those extracurricular things, you can, but these are his set apart days that he has told us. So now let's talk about the Feast of Unleavened Bread right here in verse 6, chapter 23, verse 6. And on the 15th day on this month is the festival of matzot, that is unleavened bread, to Yahuwah. 7 days you eat unleavened bread. Okay. On the first day, you have a set apart gathering, you do no servile work, and you shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah for 7 days. And on the 7th day is a set apart gathering, you do no servile work. So we notice on the first day of that week of this celebration of the 7 days of unleavened bread, and the last day, the 7th day, is also a set apart day. We know that to be a high Sabbath. So the first day is a high Sabbath, and the last day is a high Sabbath. Okay, remember that, high Sabbath. This is not your weekly Sabbath. The weekly Sabbath is different. Okay, 6 days work is to be done, but the 7th day is a Sabbath of rest. All right, this is not that. First day of unleavened bread is going to be on the 15th day. The last day of unleavened bread, 7 days later, is going to be on the 21st day. So this, you'll see again, is reflected on our calendar. 15th day, there's the number 15. 21st day, again, 7 days you're to eat unleavened bread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So why are they calling the Pasach, the 14th day, part of the unleavened bread week? Because again, as you read earlier, and you're going to see this also, I'm going to show you from the new and the old. Remember what we read? Let's go back to Luke chapter 22. Let's look at this again. Luke chapter 22, we read this. Verse 1, chapter 22, verse 1 of Luke. And the festival of matzot drew near, that is called Pasach, Passover. Now, a person who doesn't have a Hebraic mindset is going to mess this all up, because they're connecting the unleavened bread with Pasach, and it is connected. But if you don't know, also separate them, but they're really not separated. It is a continuation from Passover to the 21st day. Let me show you. Now let's go to Exodus chapter 12, and I'm going to show you. Okay? Because some of our Akis were having a problem with what is called preparation day. All right, and we're going to look into that in the book of John, in the gospel Basora of John, where it talks about this preparation day, because the next day is a Shabbat. Okay, and this is why I'm saying this is why you hear me sometimes talk about you have to have a Hebraic mindset and not a Romanized mindset when you're reading this, because that's the way it has been taught to us in Christianity, and this is why we have this confusion today. But notice what it says here in Exodus chapter 12. Verse 15, 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. Indeed, on the first day you shall cause leaven to cease from your houses. For whoever eats leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that being shall be cut off from Yasharal. And on the first day of the first day is a set apart gathering, and on the 7th day you have a set apart gathering. So again, just like we read earlier in Leviticus chapter 23, same thing applies. The first day and the 7th day are both set apart gatherings. Those are high Sabbath days. Okay, no work at all is to be done on them. Again, Shabbat. Okay, not weekly Shabbat, but for this specific feast day, you have 2 Shabbats besides the weekly Shabbat that falls right in the middle. Only that is eaten by every being, that alone is prepared by you. Now notice what it says here. And you shall guard or keep the festival of matzot, that is unleavened bread. For on this same day I brought your divisions out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt. And you shall guard or keep this day throughout your generations as an everlasting law. Again, everlasting law. It didn't stop when Christianity was created. That was created 300 years after the Messiah left. Had nothing to do with this. No, they done flipped the script and gave us a Romanized religion called Christianity. But let me digress. Verse 18. In the first month of the 14th day of the month, in the evening, you shall eat unleavened bread. Notice 14th day. This is why we know that the Passover is part of the week of 7 days known as the festival of Matzot. Notice again, the 14th day of the month, in the evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the new month in the evening. Okay? So again, from the 14th day to the 21st day, it's literally telling you. So now let's go back and look at this. Where is my calendar? Here it is. Let's look at this again. Remember, 15th day. Okay, this is the first day of unleavened bread that we know of. As we're told in Leviticus 23, 7 days you are to eat unleavened bread. 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. Okay, notice again, we have here on our calendar, high Sabbath. Again, first day, where is it here? High Sabbath, starting in the evening. Okay, all right, now let's go back and look at this. But we're told the 14th day we're supposed to start in the evening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 evenings. But it says to go to the 21st, didn't it? Yes. So is this telling us something wrong? Does Yahuwah not know how to count? Of course he knows how to count. He's letting us know right here. Again, let's go back and look at this. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. So we're told 7 days you're supposed to eat it. Okay, you're commanded to eat it for 7 days. However, he's throwing in extra information here. On the first day, set apart gathering. On the 7th day, set apart gathering. No work is to be done at all, only that which is prepared for you, okay? 17, you shall guard the festival of Matzot. On the same day I brought you and your divisions out of the land of Egypt, and you shall guard this day throughout your generations in everlasting law. In the first month, on the 14th day, that's Passover, of the month, in the evening you shall eat unleavened bread. When are we supposed to eat the unleavened bread? With the Pasach, with the Passover, on the 14th. This is why we do the unleavened bread and the wine. This is what the Messiah says. He says he was waiting to do this Pasach with his Talmudim, with his disciples. He said, I've been waiting to do this with you. He says, I'm not going to do this again until the king comes. When did he do this? He didn't do this on the 13th. He didn't do this on no 13th. He did this on the 14th. He's keeping law. Okay? So then it goes on and says, for 7 days, no leaven is to be found in your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened, that same being shall be cut off from the congregation of Yasharal. Whether sojourner, that is a foreigner, one who is not native born, or a native of the land. So this is DNA Yasharal and those who have been grafted in as Gentiles. Do not eat that is leavened in all your dwellings. You are to eat unleavened bread. So I think we've established that. So now let's go back to Matthew chapter 26. Matthew chapter 26, remember, they asked him, where do you want us to prepare the Pasach? Okay. Notice here, verse 17, and on the first day of unleavened bread, notice they say on the first day of unleavened bread, the taught ones came to Yahusha saying to him, where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Pasach? Now, if we put this together with what we read in Luke chapter 22, as Luke describes it to us, they're speaking of the same moment, okay? Now, the difference here is Luke wasn't one of the 12 disciples. Let me say that again. Luke, who wrote the Gospel of Luke, was not one of the 12 disciples. He was a disciple of Paul, okay? Matthew, on the other hand, he was one of the disciples. This is the tax collector, as you all know. Okay, Matthew wrote this book. So here again we see Verse 17, and on the first day of unleavened bread, the taught ones came to Yahusha, saying, where do you want us to prepare you to eat the Pasach? Notice the first day of unleavened bread. Then we go here to Luke chapter 22. And the festival of Matzot drew near, that is called Pasach. Okay? So we see that this is talking about the same time. Now, if we go down a little bit, verse 7, and the day of unleavened bread came when the Pasach had to be unalived. Well, when is the Pasach supposed to be unalived? Notice what it says here. The day of unleavened bread came when the Pasach had to be unalived. What do you mean it had to be unalived? And why on this day? Because there's specific instructions according to the Torah, and we're going to go there now, because I want y'all to understand this did not happen on any other day but the 14th of the first month. Not on the 13th, not on the 15th. It was specifically on the 14th. So let's go back to Exodus chapter 12, where it talks about the very first Pasach. Verse 3, speak to all the congregation of Yasharal, saying, on the 10th day of this month, each one of them is to take for himself a lamb, according to the house of their father, a lamb for a household. Let me use this so I don't mark up my book. A lamb for a household. And if the household is too small, the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of the beings, according to each man's need. You make your count for the lamb. Let the lamb be a perfect one, a year-old male. Take it from the sheep or from the goats. This is why I was talking about you can have either sheep or goat as the Passover lamb. And you shall keep it. Notice this, and you shall keep it. Keep what? That live goat or that live lamb until the 14th day of that same month. Then all the assembly of the congregation of Yasharal shall do what? They're going to do what? They're going to slay it at the evening. You may see here that I had to take out between and evenings because the scriptures decided to go a little extra and they want to make everything between the evenings. There is a time and place when that is to be given to us in scripture, but this was not the point and they messed it up. But anyways, you'll read this in other translations like the King James Version, which is not my favorite, but you'll see it says it a little different. So let me take you there. Here's the KJV, Gideon edition. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12. Exodus chapter 12. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Yasharal shall unalive it in the evening. Okay, remember the other one says between the evenings. This should be exactly as it's written right here in the KJV. The Israelites shall unalive it in the evening. Okay, so just want to clarify that. So when were they supposed to unalive it? On the 14th, not on the 13th, not on the 15th. And this is exactly what they were keeping as per custom, what we're supposed to do on the day of the first day of what is called unleavened bread week. Okay, so they were told here, and he said, go into the city. This is in Matthew chapter 26, verse 18. Go into the city. Let me back up so you guys understand what I'm talking about here. And on the first day of unleavened bread, the taught ones came to Yahusha, saying to him, where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Pasach? So knowing that this is the 14th, the evening has not come yet, they had to go and get a lamb. And I'm sure they probably already had a lamb set aside already because, again, they were keeping the law. Okay? So then he says in verse 18, go into the city to a certain man and say to him, the teacher, that is the rabbi, says, my time is near. I am to perform the Pasach. Notice that he is going to perform the Pasach at your house with my taught ones, with my disciples. And the taught ones, the Talmudim, did as Yahusha had ordered them and prepared the Pasach. When was the Pasach supposed to be prepared? The 14th. Not the 13th, not the 15th, the 14th. Notice what verse 20 says. And when evening came, he sat down with the 12. So when were they getting ready to eat the Pesach? According to the scripture, according to what we read in Exodus chapter 12, according to what we read in Leviticus chapter 23. At evening. This is the 14th, the evening of the 14th. They're keeping Pesach, okay? He sat down with the 12, and while they were eating, then he talks about how Judas, was going to betray him. But now let's skip down to verse 26. And they were eating, and Yahusha took bread, and having Baruch, broke and gave it to the taught ones, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And taking the cup and giving thanks, he gave it to them, saying, Drink from it, all of you, for this is my dam, this is my blood, that of the renewed agreement, that is shed for many for the forgiveness of sins. But I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the vine from now on till that day when I drink it anew with you in the reign of my Father. Now, let's stop here for a second. Those of you, just like I was, when I used to attend these pagan temples called churches, we used to do it, especially if you was an evangelical or a charismatic or non-denominational. They're doing this so-called, what they call communion, which they got from their mother, the Catholics, and they call it communion, and they do it every first Sunday of their pagan month. Okay? That's not what the scripture says. We're supposed to do this at Passover. He didn't do this anytime. He taught and shared this moment with them on a specific day. Remember what we just read in Luke, how he said that he couldn't wait to do this with them. Okay? So let's look at this. Let me see if I can find it, because my eyes got to look for it. Okay, verse 15. This is Lucas chapter 22, verse 15. What does he say here? And he said to them, with desire, I have desired to eat this Pesach, meaning that moment, that Pesach, right then and there with you before my suffering. Okay, this is when he divided the bread. This is when he divided the cup. This is on the 14th. This is the Pesach, the evening. No other time. It is the Pesach. Okay, at evening is the Pesach on the 14th. So now we're going to get into when he was unalived. So it says here, and when evening came, he sat down with the 12. And then we went to verse 26, and he broke and gave them the bread, and he gave them the drink. And he said, for this is my dam, that is for the renewed agreement, that is shed for many for the forgiveness of sins. Okay, so this happened that night. Remember, they started the Pesach in the evening, according to scripture. All right, they performed it by the law, the 14th in the evening. So now let's go to the next page. Verse 30 of Matthew 26. And having sung a song, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Now, they were in Jerusalem. Now they're going to east of Jerusalem, which is where Mount of Olives is. So if you can picture this in your mind, they left the gates of the city of Jerusalem, and they walked up towards this hill that was east of Jerusalem called the Mount of Olives. And they go to this area called the Garden of Gethsemane. Okay. And this is where we start to pick up the story. Verse 31. Then Yahusha said to them, all of you shall stumble in me this night. Remember, they just started eating the Pesach that evening of the 14th. So what we're being told here is the 14th is still being carried on to that night, this night. For it has been written, I shall strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered. But after I have been raised, I shall go before you into Galilee. You may know that as Galilee. And Kappa, that is Peter, answering and said to him, even if all stumble in you, I shall never stumble. And Yahusha said to him, truly I say to you, this night the same night, this night, before the cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times. Let me ask you all a question. When does a rooster crow? When does a rooster crow? That's right. That's right, Dawood. Great to see you here, Ak. That's right. All of you are correct. In the Bakor. In the Bakor, right? When that sun starts to come up, that rooster is gonna cock-a-doodle-doo, right? Kappa said to him, verse 35, even if I have to die with you, I shall not deny you. All the taught ones said the same too. Then Yahusha came with them to a place called Gethsemane and said to the taught ones, sit here while I go over there and Palal. So he does this 3 times, right? And all 3 times they kept falling asleep. And he said here, and he left them and went away again and Palal the 3rd time, saying the same words. Then it goes on and says, then he came to his taught ones and said to them, still sleeping and taking rest? See, the hour, the moment has come now that the son of Adam is to be delivered up into the hand of sinners. Rise, let us go. See, he who delivers me up has come near. And while he was still speaking, see Yahuda, that is Judas, one of the 12, with a large crowd with swords and clubs, came from the chief priests and elders of the people. And he who was delivering him up gave them a sign, saying, whomever I kiss, it is he. Seize him. He betrays him with a kiss, right? The kiss of Judas. And going straight up to Yahusha, he said, greetings, Rabbi, and kissed him. And Yahusha said to him, friend, why have you come? Then they came and laid hands on Yahusha and seized him. And look, one of those with Yahusha, which we know this to be Kappa, also known as Peter, put out his hand and drew his sword, and striking the servant of the high priest, he cut off his ear. Then Yahusha said to him, return your sword in its place, for all who take up the sword shall die by the sword. Excuse me. Verse 53. Or do you think that I am not able to Palal to my father now, and he shall provide me with more than 12 legions of messengers? Now, this word right here, this is a Latin phrase. This is a Latin word. Hebrews would not use a word like legion. Okay, the word legion has a lot to do with an accompaniment of soldiers. Okay, like today in the Americas, in the United Snakes of America's military, they use a different word. They'll, instead of using legion, they'll use a word like company, like in the Army. We're with Company Bravo, or we're with Company Delta, or in the Air Force, they would say squadron. Okay, we're with the 153rd Squadron or the 52nd Wing Squadron. Well, this is what this legion word is. This legion is connected. It's synonymous with the regiments of the Italian military. Okay, so this again lets us know that they snuck in a Latin phrase here. All right, well, let's continue. How then would the scriptures, when you see the word scriptures in the New Testament, it's always, not one time, it's always pointing back to what we have misnamed the Old Testament. Scriptures is always talking about the Tanakh, what we have mislabeled Old Testament. It's never, ever talking about the New Testament. Because why? This is written in the New Testament, and the New Testament wasn't even pen to paper to be compiled into a book form to call it the New Testament. This is specifically talking about the Tanakh. Okay? Anytime you see the word scripture in the New Testament, it's always pointing back to what we have mislabeled as the Old Testament. Just something for you to think about. Let's continue, because it'll clarify a lot of things when you're reading the New Testament. It clarifies to show you why you are to still keep the commandments. When you understand when the word scripture is given to you in the New Testament, it's always pointing back to the Tanakh, also known as the Old Testament. Verse 55. In that hour, Yahusha said to the crowds, have you come out as a robber with swords and clubs to arrest me? Daily I sat with you, teaching in the set apart place, and you did not seize me. But all this came to be so that the scriptures, again pointing to the Old Testament, of the prophets, which is in the Old Testament, might be fulfilled. Then all the taught ones, all the disciples left him and fled. They skedaddled. They were scared. They didn't want to get arrested with him. They didn't want to be co-conspirators with the Mashiach. Just like he said that they were all going to flee. Strike the shepherd and the sheep shall scatter. And those, verse 57, those who had seized Yahusha led him away to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were gathered together. Now, all of this is happening at night. Okay, we haven't entered into another daylight yet. This is all happening Passover night. Verse 58, but Kappa, Peter, followed him at a distance to the courtyard of the high priest, and he went in and sat with the servants to see the end. And the high priest, or the chief priest, and the elders, and all the council were seeking false witness. That's the 9th commandment. We are not to bear false witness against Yahusha to put him to unaliving, but they found none. Although many false witnesses came forward, they found none, but at least 2 false witnesses came forward. Wow, look at this. Okay. And this one said, I am able to destroy the dwelling place of Yahuwah Elohim to build it in 3 days. Remember what we just read in Matthew chapter 24, verse 40. He says, just like how Jonah was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights, so shall the son of Adam be in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. Okay, let's continue. Hold on one second. Let me read what Peter said here. If on the 14th Yahusha observed the Pasach, meaning the 15th is a high Sabbath, but John 19:31 tells us Shabbat was the next day, meaning Yahusha John ate at the special supper with the Talmud and not the Pasach. Again, Mr. Peter, you are making my point exactly of why they changed the script. Please hold on for a second. Let me continue what I'm doing, and we're going to deal with John chapter 19, because again, John chapter 19, Mark chapter 14, Luke chapter 22, they've all been twisted to give you the understanding of a good old Friday. Saturday, he rested in the tomb, and then he woke up on the first day of the week. Nowhere. That's nowhere in scripture. But let's continue, okay? Let me not get cross-sighted here, okay, Peter? Let me continue. Yes, you're very welcome. Because I want you to see this, Peter, and I want everyone to see this, how they've lied to us. And it's going to make sense to you. That's why we had to read Matthew chapter 12 to see what the Messiah says. He says, no sign shall be given to you. And we know our Messiah doesn't lie. If he says that Jonah, just like he was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights, and he's using that to say he's going to be in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights, then we're going to take him at his word, and we're not going to take the customary teachings that we've been given falsely by the Catholic Church and has been given to the daughters that we call Protestantism. So let's continue. So it goes on and says this. Yahusha said to him, you have said it. Besides, I say to you, let me see, did I miss something? Stood up and said, oh, yes. Let me continue. This one said, I am able to destroy the dwelling place of Yahuwah Elohim to build it in 3 days. And the high priest stood up and said to him, have you no answer to make? What do these witness against you? But Yahusha remained silent. So the high priest said to him, I put you to oath by the living Yahuwah Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones, that you say to us, if you are the Mashiach, the son of Yahuwah Elohim. Yahusha said to him, you have said it. Besides, I say to you, from now on, you shall see the son of Adam sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of the Shamayim. Then the high priest tore his garments and saying, he has blasphemed. Why do we need to hear any more witnesses? See, now you have heard it. Let me say that again. See, now you have heard his blasphemy. What do you think? And they answering and said, he is liable to death. Then they spat in his face, beat him, and others slapped him, saying, prophesy to us, Mashiach. Who is the one who struck you? And Kappa sat outside in the courtyard, and a servant girl came to him, saying, and you were with Yahusha of Galilee. But he denied it before them all, saying, I do not know what you say. This is the first one that he denied him, right? Remember, he was supposed to deny him 3 times. And as he was going out into the porch, this is Kappa, Peter, another girl saw him and said said to those there, and this one was with Yahusha of Nazareth. But again, he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. And after a while, those who stood by came to him and said to Kappa, truly you are one of them too, for even your speech gives you away. Then he began to curse and swear, saying, I do not know the man. I mean, I can just imagine what Kappa must have said at this point. He was probably so scared, and he's trying to be adamant to the people so they won't grab him and drag him into the Sanhedrin court as well, so that he'll be standing right next to the Mashiach getting slapped and getting spit on and all this other stuff. No, he didn't want none of that. Peter was like, I don't know the man. I don't know anything about this man. 73. And after a while, those who stood by came and said to Kappa, oh, wait, back up. Okay, I do not know the man. Verse 74. And immediately a cock crowed, a rooster crowed. So this lets us know the sun is about to come up. And Kappa remembered the word of Yahusha, who had said to him, before the cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times. And going out, he wept bitterly. Now notice what chapter 27 at the very beginning says. And morning, Bakor, having come. This is the next day. All the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Yahusha so as to put him to unaliving. And having bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. So let's stop. Now let me show you the calendar again. According to custom, according to the Torah, our Messiah kept the Pasach that evening with his disciples. Okay? Scratch out everything else you guys might think you know. I need you to follow me for a second. According to what we're reading in Matthew, okay? What we read in Matthew is he kept it at evening. I showed you. He said he did this at evening. Let me back it up and show you right here. Okay? Remember, I am to perform the Pasach, okay? He is to perform the Pasach. When did he do it? Verse 20. When evening came, he sat down with the 12. And this is when he started the Pasach, okay? Now let's continue. Now, we just read how he was interrogated all that night. He was arrested that night, taken to Caiaphas, the high priest. They spit on him, slapped him, all this other stuff, and they said, okay, well, we're going to put him to unaliving. We're going to unalive this person, okay? This false Messiah in their brain. So they took him to Pontius Pilate. When? Chapter 27 says in the morning. That's the very next day. The very next day. Now, for those of you who don't know, we don't follow the Jewish custom of this teaching that the day begins in evening, okay? It doesn't start in the evening. That's a whole nother topic or discussion, and I can't get into that right now because we'll be going all over the place. Just understand that a day begins when the sun rises, okay? A day begins at sunrise, and this is what we're seeing here, okay? So that night, he was being interrogated. The very next day, he was brought to Pontius Pilate. Now it's the morning of the 15th. Now let's continue picking up the story. So Matthew chapter 27. Let's read this. I'm on the wrong page here. And morning having come, all the chief priests and the elders of the people took counsel against Yahusha so as to put him to unaliving. And having bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. Then Yehuda, he who delivered him up, having seen that he had been condemned, meaning our Messiah was condemned, he repented, returned the 30 pieces of silver to the priests and the elders, and saying, I have sinned, and delivering up an innocent blood or innocent man. And they said, what is this? Or what is that to us? You see to it. They were like, we don't have nothing to do. You already did with that's on you. You got to deal with the consequences if you think he's an innocent man. Verse 5, and throwing down the pieces of silver in the dwelling place, which is the temple, he, Judas Iscariot, left and went and hung himself. Okay. Don't have to say much more about that. And the chief priest took the silver pieces and said, it is not right to put this into our treasury, seeing that they are the price of blood. So they took counsel and bought them the potter's field for the burial of strangers or foreigners. Therefore, that field has been called the field of blood until today. Then was fulfilled what was spoken by Yirmiyahu, that is Jeremiah the Nabi, the prophet, saying, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him who was pierced, on whom of the children of Yasharal set a price, and gave them for the potter's field, as Yahuwah had ordered me. And so again, this prophecy was fulfilled at this point. Verse 11. And Yahusha stood before the governor, and the governor, this is Pontius Pilate, asked him, saying, are you the king of the Yahudim? Are you the king of the Jews? Are you the sovereign of the Yahudim? And Yahusha said to him, you say it, pretty much saying, yes, I am. And as he was accused by the chief priests and elders, he answered not. Then Pilate said to him, do you not hear how much they witness against you? And he, the Messiah, did not answer Pontius Pilate, not one word, so that the governor wondered much. And at the festival, the governor used to release to the crowd one prisoner whom they wished. Okay. Again, at the festival. Okay. And they had then a well-known prisoner called Barabbas. You may know him as Barabbas. Barabbas means the son of the father. Bar Abba, son of the father. Okay. So when they were assembled, Pontius Pilate said to them, whom do you want for me to release to you? And they said, Barabbas or Yahusha. So he said, Barabbas or Yahusha, who is called the Mashiach. For he knew that because of envy, they had delivered him up, or jealousy, right? And as he was sitting on the judgment seat, that is Pontius Pilate, his wife sent to him saying, have none at all to do with that righteous man. Talking about our Messiah. For I have suffered much today in a dream because of him. But the chief priests and the elders persuaded the crowds that they should ask for Barabbas and to destroy Yahusha. So imagine for a second, picture this in your mind, that these chief priests, the whole priesthood, okay, these are all Charlemagnes. They're not even true people. They're charlatans. That's what I'm trying to say. They're charlatans. They are not even of the priesthood. They are not Levites. They're calling themselves that. Just like some people today call themselves something that they're not. Okay, these Pharisees and Sadducees are getting the crowd all rowdy, probably turning around to the crowd, facing against the Pontius Pilate, and telling everybody in the crowd, to their people, you know, let's say crucify him and to say Barabbas. And so they're over here shouting this, right? Release Barabbas, release Barabbas. And so it goes on and says, so which of the two do you wish for me to release? And they said Barabbas. And Pilate said to them, what then shall I do with Yahusha, who is called the Mashiach? They all said to him, let him be impaled. Let him be, as a lot of your pagan interpretation of scripture would say, crucify him, right? And the governor said, indeed, what evil has he done? And they were crying all the more, saying, let him be impaled, crucify him, right? Verse 24, and when Pilate saw that he was getting nowhere, but rather an uproar was started, he took water and washed his hands before the crowd, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this righteous one. You shall see to it, or you deal with this matter. I'm done with this. I wash my hands of this. And all the people answering and said, and this is where the curse comes about, which is what happened, what we know as the transatlantic slave trade. But again, that's for a different teaching at a different time. His blood be upon us and our children. This is why the whole kingdom of Yehuda was sent into the four corners of the earth. Then he released Barabbas to them, but having Yahusha whipped, he delivered him over to be impaled. Verse 27, then the soldiers of the governor took Yahusha into the court and gathered the entire company of soldiers around him. And having stripped him, they put a scarlet robe on him, and plaiting a crown of thorn, they put it on his head and a reed in his right hand, and they kneeled down before him, mocking him, saying, greetings, sovereign of the Yahudim. And spitting on him, they took the reed and struck him on the head. And when they had mocked him, they took the robe off of him and put his own garments on him and led him away to be impaled. And as they were going out, they found a man of Cyrene, Shimon by name. They compelled him to bear his stake. And when they came to a place called Golgotha, that is to say, place of a skull, They gave him wine mixed with bile to drink, or vinegar. And after tasting, he would not drink it. And having been impaled, or having impaled him, they divided his garments, casting lots, that it might be fulfilled what was spoken by the Nabi. They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. And sitting down, they guarded him there. Now all this is happening on the 15th, during the day portion, okay? And they put up over his head the written charge against him. This is Yahusha, the sovereign of the Yahudim. Then two robbers were impaled with him, one on the right and one on the left. And those passing by were blaspheming him, shaking their heads, and saying, "You who destroyed the dwelling place and built it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the son of Alua Elohim, come down from the stake." And likewise, the chief priests and the scribes and the elders, they were mocking him too, saying, "He saved others. He is unable to save himself. If he is the sovereign or the king of Yasharal, let him now come down from the stake, and we shall believe him." Again, taunting him, right? Like they need to see with their own eyes, like they didn't see enough miracles being done of all these people that were being healed all throughout his ministry, especially on the Shabbat. But that wasn't enough for them. They want to see him come off the so-called pagan cross. Verse 43, he trusted in Alua Elohim. Let him rescue him now if he desires him. For he said, "I am the son, I am the image of Alua Elohim." And also the robbers who were impaled with him reviled against him, saying the same. Now notice, and from the 6th hour, there was darkness over all the land. Anybody who knows the 6th hour, that is equivalent to our 12 o'clock. That would be high noon, okay? This would be high noon. All right, this is daytime, still on the 15th. Okay, darkness fell over the land until the 9th hour. The 9th hour would be equivalent to our 3 p.m. 3 p.m., okay, afternoon. Noon, which is high noon, 6th hour of the day. 3 hours later would be 9 hours, or the 9th hour. That would be equivalent to our 3 p.m. All right, still day portion. So it goes on and says, and about the 9th hour, Yahusha cried out with a loud voice, saying, "Ali, Ali, lama sabatini." That is, my mighty, why have you forsaken me? Some of those standing there, having heard, said, "This one calls out to Eliyahu." And immediately one of them ran and took a sponge and filled it with sour wine and put it on a reed and gave it to him to drink. But the rest said, leave it. Let us see if Eliyahu comes to save him." And Yahusha cried again with a loud voice and gave up his ruach. Now he's unalive. This is on the 15th day. Again, let me show you. Remember, it says that he was unalive right around the 9th hour. The 9th hour, Yahusha impaled, unalived around 3 p.m. Okay? So you see this red line here on our calendar on the 15th day has to do with us splitting the time of the day. This would be the day portion. This would be the night portion. This red line right here is what we would call evening. Okay? Even light, even darkness. Evening. Okay? All right, so let's continue to read. Let me bring this down a little bit. Now we're going to skip a little bit. It says here, verse 55 says, and many women who followed Yahusha from Galilee, attending him, were there watching from a distance, among whom were Miriam, or Mary from Magdala, Miriam, the mother of Yaqub and Yosef, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. Now notice the word here in verse 57. And when evening came, there came a rich man from Arimathea, this is Joseph, right, named Yosef, who himself had also become a taught one of Yahusha. He went to Pilate and asked for the body of Yahusha. Then Pilate commanded the body to be given, and having taken the body, Yosef wrapped it in clean linen and laid it in his new tomb that he had hewn out of the rock. And he rolled a large stone against the door of the tomb and went away. And Miriam from Magdala was there, and the other Miriam sitting opposite the tomb. On the next day, that after the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees gathered together to Pilate, saying, Master, we remember while he was still alive how that deceiver said, After 3 days I am raised. Command then that the tomb be safeguarded until the third day, lest his taught ones come by night and steal him away, and should say to the people, He was raised from the dead, and the last deception be worse than the first. So Pilate said, You have a watch. Go, safeguard it as you know how. And they went and safeguarded the tomb, sealing the stone and setting the watch. So let's back up. And Miriam from Magdala was there, and the other Mary sitting opposite the tomb on the next day. Okay, so here they are. This is the evening. They just rested the body inside the tomb. This is the 15th. All right. It's the 15th. Evening has just came. All right. This line right here, this red line. This is why I wanted you to understand. Look, and when evening came, all right, this is when Joseph asked for the body, took it down, put it in the tomb. He laid it in this new tomb. Mary and the other Mary, they were there sobbing, mourning over the Mashiach. Now it's the next day, the 16th. This is when he was put into the grave, the first night. The next day has come, the 16th, right? And it talks about how on the next day, that was after the preparation. After the preparation. What was the preparation day? The preparation day is right here. It was the daylight portion. So when you go to John chapter 19, and here we go, this is where we go to John. Let's go to John. Those of you who really need to understand this, please pay attention. I know you guys are having sidebar conversations, but please pay attention, because some of you are going to be the same ones that come back to me and be like, can you explain to me about that? And you wasn't paying attention because you're having these sidebar conversations. So please pay attention, please. Okay. So when we go here, let me hold this portion here. This is why you got to understand and have this understanding, because if you don't know, you're going to be twisted in what you understand. Okay. Now we read this in chapter 27, but now we're going to pick it up in John chapter 19, and you're going to see that it's a little different. This is why we know that they're not harmonious as they want us to believe. There are certain things that they have in harmony, and what I'm talking about is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, their accounts of this so-called Passion Week, okay? But you're going to see that again, the lying pens of the scribes. Then therefore Pilate took Yahusha and flogged him, and the soldiers plaited a crown of thorns and placed it on his head, and put on a purple robe on him, and came to him and said, Greetings, sovereign of the Yahudim. And they slapped him in the face. And Pilate went outside again and said to them, See, I am bringing him out to you to let you know that I find no guilt with him. Now, again, this lines up with Matthew chapter 27. This is where he came back out and he says, You do with it. You do what you want to do with it. He said, I'm done. I'm done with this. Right here. And when Pilate, this is verse 24, saw that he was getting nowhere, but rather an uproar was started, he took water and washed his hands before the crowd, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this righteous one. You shall see to it. Okay. So this is the passage that we're talking about here, where they're doing what they're doing to him. And Yahusha came outside wearing the crown of thorns and purple robe, and Pilate said to them, See the man. So when the chief priests and the officers saw him, they shouted, saying, Impale, impale, or crucify, crucify. Pilate said to them, You take him and impale him, for I find no guilt in him. The Yahudim answered him, We have a law, and according to our law, he ought to be unalived, for he has made himself the son of Alua Alahim. So this is the charge that they were putting against him, that he was making himself the image of Alua Alahim, the son of Alua Alahim. So when Pilate heard this word, he was more afraid and went back into the palace and asked Yahusha, Where are you from? But Yahusha gave him no answer. Then Pilate said to him, Do you not speak to me? Do you not know that I possess the authority, the power to impale you, and I possess the authority to release you? Yahusha answered, You would possess no authority against me if it were not given to you from above. Because of this, he who delivered me to you has the greater transgression. From then on, Pilate was seeking to release him, but the Yahudim shouted, saying, If you release this one, you are not a friend of Caesar's. Everyone who makes himself a sovereign does speak against Caesar. Therefore, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Yahusha out and sat in the judgment seat in the place that is called Pavement, but in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now notice verse 14. And it was the preparation day of the Pasach, and they add here week, about the 6th hour. And he said to the Yahudim, See your sovereign. But they shouted, Away, away, impale him. Pilate said to him, Shall I impale your sovereign? The chief priests answered, We have no sovereign except Caesar. At that time, then, he delivered him to them to be impaled. And they took Yahusha and led him away. And bearing his stake, he went out to the so-called place of a skull, that is called in Hebrew Golgotha, where he was impaled, and 2 others with him, one on this side and one on the other side, and Yahusha in the middle. And Pilate wrote a title too, and put it on the stake, and it was written, Yahusha of Nazareth, the sovereign of the Yahudim. Many of the Yahudim therefore read this title, for the place where Yahusha was impaled was near the city, and it was written in Hebrew, in Greek, and in Roman. So the chief priests of the Yahudim said to Pilate, Do not write the sovereign of the Yahudim, but he said, I am the sovereign of the Yahudim. And so Pilate answered and said, What I have written, I have written. Then the soldiers, when they had impaled Yahusha, took his garments and made 4 parts, each to a soldier a part, an inner garment. But the inner garment was without seam, woven from top in one piece. So they said to each other, Let us not tear it, but cast lots for it, whose it shall be. In order that the scripture, again pointing to the Old Testament, might be fulfilled, that says, They divided my garments among them, for my clothing they cast lots. The soldiers therefore indeed did this. And by the stake, Yahusha stood, was his mother's sister, Miriam, the wife of Kolaph, and Miriam from Magdala. Then Yahusha, seeing his mother, said to the taught one, whom he loved, standing by, who is John, the same one who wrote this book. He said to his mother, Woman, see your son. And then to the taught one, he said, See your mother. And from that hour, that taught one took her to his own home. After this, Yahusha, knowing that all had been accomplished, in order that the scripture, again pointing back to the Tanakh, the Old Testament, might be accomplished, said, I thirst. A bowl of sour wine stood there, and they filled a sponge with sour wine, put it on hyssop, and held it to his mouth. So when Yahusha took the sour wine, he said, It has been accomplished. And bowing his head, he gave up his ruach, his spirit. Verse 31, Therefore, since it was preparation day, again, what we just read, it's the 15th, okay? The day portion, all right? Therefore, since it was preparation day, that the body should not remain on the stake on the Sabbath, for that Sabbath was a high one. This isn't a weekly Sabbath. This is not your Saturday Sabbath. This is the first day of unleavened bread. Okay, the Yahudim asked Pilate to have their legs broken, that they be taken away. Therefore, the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first and of the other who was impaled with him. But when they came to Yahusha and saw that he was already dead or unalive, they did not break his legs. But one of the soldiers pierced his side with the spear, and instantly blood and water came out. And he who has seen has witnessed, and his witness is true. Speaking of the one who wrote this Basora, also known as John. And he knows that what he speaks is speaking the truth, in order that you might believe, meaning those of us who are. For this took place in order for the scripture, again, the Old Testament, the Tanakh, to be filled or fulfilled. Not one of his bones shall be broken. And again, another scripture, again pointing to the Old Testament, the Tanakh says, They shall look on him whom they pierce. And after this, Yosef of Arimathea, or Ramathaim, being a taught one of Yahusha, but secretly, for fear of the Yahudim, asked Pilate that he might take the body of Yahusha, and Pilate gave permission. Therefore he came and took the body of Yahusha. And Nicodemus, or you may know him as Nicodemus, who at first came to Yahusha by night, also came bringing mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100 pounds. Ooh, that's a lot. Then they took the body of Yahusha and bound it in linen, wrappings with spices, as was the habit of the Yahudim for burial. And at the place where he was impaled, there was a garden, and in the garden was a fresh tomb, in that no one had yet been laid. There, then, because of the preparation day of the Yahudim, they laid Yahusha because the tomb was near. Now, let's stop there. Verse 20 takes us, chapter 20 takes us to another one. We're gonna look into that. Now, here again, so we're all on the same page. Let's look at this again. Remember, our Messiah, he partook of the Pasach, as it were, on the 14th at evening. I showed you that in Matthew chapter 26, and I'm going to show it to you again, so nobody forgets and says, "Oh no, that's not the right account." Let's read it again. I'm just going to show you real quickly, and I'm going to show you as I'm showing you through the calendar how all of this makes sense. Okay, you're going to see the 3 days and 3 nights that he was in the grave as well. So again, here we see, and on the first day of unleavened bread, this is Matthew 26 verse 17, the taught ones came to Yahusha saying, "Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Pasach?" Verse 20, and when evening came, he sat down with the 12, and while they were eating, what were they eating? They were eating the Pasach, okay? Again, at evening, they ate the Pasach. That night, he was betrayed by Judas Iscariot, and they came and they arrested him, okay? That was that night. Remember, he says, "All of you shall stumble in me this night," okay? They came and got him that night. And then he was in front of Caiaphas all that night, okay? They were spitting on him, slapping him. They were doing all this that night. And then it says, and when morning had come, all the chief priests and the elders of the people took counsel against Yahusha, so that to put him to unaliving, and they sent him to Pontius Pilate. So this was the very next day. This was here, preparation day, at the very beginning, at sunrise. Imagine the sun rising at this line right here. This is morning. This is when they started berating him before Pontius Pilate, saying all these wicked things about something that he didn't do. And so this is when Pontius Pilate had him flogged and spit at and slapped, and all this stuff was happening to our Messiah. And then he was turned over to the regiment of the captains of the guards to have him unalived on the tree. Okay, now he was impaled on the so-called pagan cross, as a lot of people like to call it. He gave up his life at around 3 p.m. Okay, Joseph of Arimathea and Nicodemus came to Pontius Pilate. They asked for the body, and they wanted the body because the high Sabbath was coming that evening. Soon as the sun goes down, the high Sabbath is coming in. This is the first day of unleavened bread. This is what we was reading right here. Let's go back to Leviticus chapter 23. This is why you got to have this Hebrew mindset, or you're going to be all over the place and thinking that that is a Friday. It's not a Friday. Okay. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 23. Again, Leviticus 23. Verse 7, on the first day you are to have a set-apart gathering. You do no servile work. And you shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah for 7 days. On the 7th day it is set-apart gathering. You do no servile work. Well, here we're not told anything about evening, but we know it starts in the evening. It's talking about the Feast of Matzot. Where do we get this information? Let's go to Exodus chapter 12. If we go to Exodus chapter 12, where they kept the first time that they ever kept the 7 days of eating unleavened bread, is right here. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. Indeed, on the first day you cause leaven to cease from your houses. For whoever eats leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that being shall be cut off from Yasharal. Okay. And on the first day of the set apart gathering, and on the 7th day, you shall have a set apart gathering. No work at all is done. This is the high Shabbat. Remember, Shabbat means rest in Hebrew. Okay. In the English, it means rest, but Shabbat means rest in Hebrew. All right, so here we see no work is done at all on the first day and on the 7th day. So what are we looking at here on this calendar? Right here. No work is to be done, okay? You're not to do no work, all right? Because Pasach is between the evenings. You see those two red lines? There's the first evening, here's the other evening. Pasach is to be observed between the evenings, but the Passover lamb is to be eaten that evening and shall not be carried over till the morning. Anything that you eat of the Passover lamb is to be done by the morning. Okay, so now you enter into this day, which is the 15th. No work is to be done right here. This preparation day, no work is to be done. The high Sabbath is coming. All right, so now let's follow. Let's continue. Let me go back to Matthew. Chapter 28, because we just finished here. Remember, let's read back here at the end of chapter 27 of Matthew. Command then that the tomb be safeguarded until the third day. Okay, remember, this was the very next day, right? Remember what it said here. And on the next day, that was after the preparation day. Okay, the preparation, the chief priests and the Pharisees gathered together to Pilate, saying, Master, we remember while he was still alive, talking about our Messiah, how that deceiver said after 3 days, he didn't say after, he said on the third day, but they said here, after 3 days, I am raised. Command then that the tomb be safeguarded until the third day, lest his taught ones come by night and steal him away. Okay, now let's go back and look at this. If what we've been told through Christianity is true, and this being the so-called preparation day that they took his body down, here's the next day. It doesn't say anything about this day being the weekly Sabbath. That would be the next day, right? They said it was, but it isn't. Here's the preparation day, all right? This is this would be when when I showed you guys that he ate the unleavened bread, the Pasach, the Passover with the disciples. He was taken here, he was unalived by Pontius Pilate's decree. They put him on the stake. He was unalived. They took his body down, and here he was in the tomb. Okay, so the very next day was here when they went to Pontius Pilate, and they were saying that they wanted somebody to guard the tomb until the third day, because he was talking about how he was going to be raised on the third day. All right. So we know that there is no Friday in this, there's no Saturday in this, and there's no Sunday in this. Okay. So now let's make this make sense. Chapter 28, verse 1. But late in the Sabbath, notice now we see the word Sabbath here. Okay. But late in the Sabbath, as it was dawning, meaning the sun was starting to come up, into day 1 of the week. Now, many of you right now that's hearing my voice, you're saying, see, that's Sunday. No, it's not talking about Sunday. You think it has to do with Sunday, but you see, they were on a totally different calendar than the calendar that you're thinking of. Okay, wipe out all your Sunday, Monday, Tuesday garbage. That's all paganism. Get rid of it. I just want you to see what it says here. But late in the Sabbath, we're talking about a Sabbath day. Okay, as it was dawning into day 1 of the week. So it's giving us understanding that this Sabbath has to do with the weekly Sabbath. This is not the high Sabbath. This is not the high Sabbath that his body needed to be taken down because the next day is a high Sabbath. This is not what this is talking about here. Okay. Totally different. Totally different. So let me show you now. Remember what we read in Matthew chapter 12. Let me go back there. What did he say here? Verse 40. 12 verse 40. For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the stomach of the great fish, so shall the Son of Adam be 3 days, 3 nights in the heart of the earth. In the heart of the earth, right? Let me see if I can go down here, see if we can get anything else that we can glean from all of this. Okay, so now let's go back here, and I want you guys to see this. Remember, the women came late in the Sabbath. Now, remember I told you guys earlier, there are a lot of people who believe that the day begins in the evening. It doesn't begin in the evening. It begins at sunrise. This is why you see here it says, but late in the Sabbath, as it was dawning. See, the Sabbath is almost over. The Sabbath is about to be over because we're going into a new day, into day one of the week. Okay, again, get Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday out of your brain. This has nothing to do with that, and I'm going to show you. Here we go. This is the first month, Kadash 1. Kadash in Hebrew, were renewed. It's talking about this first month. 14th day, remember, evening, he kept the Passover with his disciples. He was betrayed that night. They ridiculed him that night in front of the Sanhedrin court, right, with the high priest Caiaphas. The very next morning, they sent him over to Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate, after interrogating him, he's like, I don't find anything wrong with this man, but you guys have this custom where I release a prisoner to you guys. Which one you guys want me to release? They said Barabbas. So they let Barabbas go, and they started flogging our Messiah, spitting on him, pulling his beard out, all of that stuff. You guys know the story. So then they march him up to the hill called Golgotha, and that's where he was unalived around 3 p.m. It said at the 9th hour, which would be around 3 p.m. So he gave up the spirit. At that point, when the evening came, Joseph of Arimathea asked for his body. They took his body down. First night in the tomb. This is the first night. Remember, he said 3 nights and 3 days. First night in the tomb. Second night in the tomb. Third night in the tomb. Okay? Now let's back up. Remember, he was unalive here on the 15th, put in the tomb right when the sun went down. So this was the first night. So here's the first day. First day in the tomb. Second day in the tomb. And what do you know? Third day in the tomb. This is when he rose from the grave. What day is that? The Sabbath. This is why when the women came to the tomb late in the Sabbath, Sabbath was still there. Okay? Sabbath was still going on. The first day of the week hasn't even got there yet. It was dawning. It was about to show up. And it says that there was this earthquake. And they said that a messenger, an angel, came down out of heaven and rolled back the stone from the door, and he sat on it. He sat on what? He sat on the stone. And it says, and his appearance was like that of lightning, and his garment was as white as snow. And the guards trembled for fear of him and became like dead men. So they fainted. They literally passed out. And so this messenger, this angel, responding and said to the women, when were they doing this? Right here at the late part of the Sabbath. Do not be afraid, for I know whom you seek. You seek Yahusha, who was impaled. He is not here. What do you mean he is not here? It's the Sabbath. I thought he rose on the first day called Sunday. No, he is not here. So when was he raised? He was raised at the beginning of the Sabbath. They got there at the end of the Sabbath. He was gone a long time ago. The Messiah was out of there. Remember, he was going to raise up on the third day. Okay? You can't have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's not 3 days and 3 nights. That's not 3 days and 3 nights. And I'm showing you through scripture, literally from chapter 26 of Matthew to chapter 28 of Matthew, how it lines up with the calendar. It lines up with the calendar. Let me back this out so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Again, 14th, Passover. 15th, preparation day. That evening, first day of unleavened bread. You're to eat the unleavened bread. The first day and the last day are high Sabbaths. Okay, this was the Sabbath that it was talking about when it said the next day, the evening, you had unleavened bread coming, which was a high Sabbath. It was a high one. Okay, it's talking about this one right here at evening. This is why his body had to be taken down, because it was a high Sabbath. The weekly Sabbath is over here. This is why it makes sense that his body was in the grave 1, 2, 3 nights, and then 1, 2, where am I at here? Oh, 1, 2, 3 days. Because remember, here's the Passover. He was unalived here during the daytime. First night, first day. Second night, second day. Third night, third day. Rose on the third day, which is a Sabbath. This is why we know he didn't do it on the 13th. He didn't do the Passover on the 15th. He did it exactly what he said he was going to do. And he came here in the volume of the book because it speaks of him and he was to fulfill the book. So if anybody tells you that he did it on the 13th, they're lying to you. If they're telling you that he did it on the 15th, they don't understand the scriptures. They don't understand a Hebraic understanding of what is being told to us. This is why you need to know this through a Hebraic mindset, using the calendar that he has given us and not the Gregorian calendar, and certainly not the Hillel 2 so-called Hebrew calendar that the Jewish people are using today. That is not the calendar, because they have 13 months and there is no such thing as 13 months. You have 12 disciples, you have 12 tribes. There is no 13th tribe and there is no 13th disciple. Everything he does is by the numbers. Everything. So all of that being said, if anyone still doesn't see this, I don't know what to tell you. All I can ask that you just go before Abba Yahuwah and ask him to show it to you. But it is very clear. And this also lines up with when he's going to come and resurrect us, when he's going to resurrect us so that we will live before his sight. Okay, if you understand Hosea chapter 6, this lines up with that as well. I'm not going to get into that today, but it lines up. It's the same thing that Martha said to the Messiah, and Mary said to the Messiah when he was talking about Lazarus, how Lazarus had passed away. Let's go to John chapter 6. What does it say there? Let me see. Where is it? So I do not forget. Hold on. Top ones. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong passage. Okay. Let me back this out. Remember what the Messiah says here. This is the desire. This is Yohanan, John chapter 6. Verse 39, this is the desire or the will of Abba, the Father, who sent me, that all he has given me, I should not lose of it, but should raise it in the last day. Why does he use the word last day? Because a day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a day. The last day is what we know as the millennial reign. The millennial reign, 1,000 years, that is the 1,000 years of rest. That is equated to the seventh day, what we call the Sabbath. The Messiah is the head, we are the body. If he is going to raise us up in the last day, he was also raised up in the last day of the week. He was raised in the last day of the work week. Right here, the Sabbath. This whole column here is the Sabbath. This is why I say you cannot use Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because these days of the week are not connected to our pagan 7-day week cycle. This 7-day week cycle is connected to the SUN, called the sun in the sky. The 7-day week cycle that we follow is not connected to the sun. It's not connected to the stars. It's not connected to the moon. It's just by what they've given us and say, here's your Sabbath. And then the Christians say, here's your first day of the week, the Lord's Day. All of this is not found in scripture. This was all given to us by the Catholics and by these Jewish people. So again, we see very clearly through the calendar that the Messiah did exactly what he said in Matthew chapter 12, that no sign shall be given it except for the sign of Jonah. As Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days and 3 nights, so shall the Son of Adam be in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. And again, first night, first day. Second night, second day. Third night, third day. Rose at sunrise. This is why even you pagan Christians go to your so-called Resurrection Sundays that you call and renamed it from Easter to Pagan Sunday, Resurrection Sunday, and you have your so-called sunrise service. Okay, that sunrise service, they took that from the truth, because the truth is that the Messiah rose at sunrise, and he rose not only on any day, he rose on the Sabbath day, because that's the day of rest. That's the millennial reign. It represents us being with him, ruling and reigning with him for 1,000 years. We're not in the grave for 1,000 years before he resurrects us on the 8th millennium, which would be the 8th day, a start over again. That's nowhere in scripture. That has been given to us by Rome. And so let me show you some of the inconsistencies of some of these other gospels, these besoras. So remember what we just read here about Matthew 28. Let's take an account of this. Notice this here. Late in the Sabbath, as it was dawning into day 1 of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Marys came to the tomb. And see, there was a great earthquake, for a messenger of Yahuwah, an angel, singular, came down out of heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat on it. And his appearance was like lightning, and his garment was white as snow. And the guards trembled for fear of him and became like dead men. Okay. And then the messenger responded and said to the women, do not be afraid. I know who you seek, Yahushua, who is impaled. He is not here, for he was raised. As he said, come, see the place where the master lay. So now, again, remember, they came. It was still kind of dark because it was late in the Sabbath. The sun was just starting to come up. So this would be what we call dawn. The sun is coming up, the sunrise. Okay. Notice here, there's a messenger, an angel, and this angel rolled back the stone. So now let's go to Mark. Mark chapter 14. Now, again, we can read this whole story again, like what we read in Luke. Now, Pasach, the festival of Matzot, you see that? Passover, and the festival of Matzot was after 2 days. Same thing what we read in Matthew earlier, right? Matthew chapter 26. You know that after 2 days, the Passover takes place, right? So all of this is straight. Now let's go a little further. Let's go to the point where he was about to be raised from the dead. Okay. Chapter 16. Notice here in Mark's account, when the Sabbath was passed, he's saying that the Sabbath was over, but here in Matthew chapter 28, but late in the Sabbath, so the Sabbath wasn't over yet. But here in this account in Mark, it says that it was already over. Okay. Now let's continue to read. Miriam of Magdala, Miriam of the mother of Jacob, and Sholomah bought spices to go and anoint him. And very early on day 1 of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen. You see that, right? And they said among themselves, who shall roll away the stone for them from the entrance for the tomb for us? And looking up, they saw that the stone had been rolled away. All this makes sense with what we just read in Matthew. For it was extremely large, talking about this stone. And having entered into the tomb, this is where it goes astray. Having entered into the tomb, okay? None of that happened yet in Matthew. They saw a young man sitting on the right, wearing a white robe, and they were greatly astonished and said to them, do not be much astonished. You seek Yahushua of Nazareth, who was impaled. He was raised. He's not here. See the place where they laid him, and go and say to his taught ones and Kappa, and that he is going before you into Galilee. You shall see him there as he has said to you. Now, let's back up. What happened here? They said that they came and there was a great earthquake. Mark doesn't talk about anything about an earthquake, number one. Here it talks about this messenger. We can assume that this same messenger here that was inside the tomb, this one was outside the tomb. Remember, and he sat on the tomb, the door of the stone. He sat on it. And see, there was a great earthquake, for the messenger of Yahuwah came down out of heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat on it. He sat on it. And his appearance, in case you think that they didn't see it, his appearance, the one who was sitting on this big old stone, was like lightning, and his garments was white as snow. Doesn't talk anything about these guards in Mark, okay? But these two men were literally fainted. They were unalive. They not unalive, but they were fainting as unalive. This messenger is talking to them outside the tomb, Okay, he tells him to go in and see where he was laid, okay, to see that he wasn't there. And here it says that he was in the tomb. This angel was in the tomb. Okay, notice here, and having entered into the tomb, they saw a young man sitting on the right, wearing a white robe, and they were greatly astonished. So wait a minute, was there one inside and one outside? Maybe. I don't think so, but let's go to Luke. Let's see what Luke says about this. This is why I'm saying you start to see in the lying pens of the scribes. And you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm about to show you another one. Let's go to 24. Luke 24 says this. But on day 1 of the week, so here is the Sabbath ain't even mentioned. Okay, this is already saying that it was day 1 of the week at early dawn. Again, it's letting us know that it's talking about the sun rising. They came to the tomb, bringing spices that they had prepared, and they found the stone rolled away from the tomb. And having entered, they did not find the body of the Master Yahushua. Wait a minute, you've entered? And it says, and it came to be, as they were perplexed about this, that see, 2 men stood by them in glittering garments. Wait a minute. Matthew said 1, Mark said 1, but now Luke says there's 2. And becoming frightened and bowing their faces to the earth, these said to them, why do you seek the living among the dead? He is not here, but has been raised up. Remember how he spoke to you when he was still in Galilee. Now, again, think about this. We're talking about the most amazing moment in the history of mankind. We're talking about the most amazing moment in the history of mankind. Okay? The most amazing moment. And you mean to tell me that these gospels don't have this moment exact? You mean to tell me they don't have this moment exact? Why is one saying that there's only one angel and another one says that there's only one angel? One says that one angel was outside the tomb. The other one says that the other angel was inside the tomb. But now this one that we're reading here in Luke says both angels were inside the tomb. All of these cannot be right. Why do I bring this up? Because you'll have people who will bring up these inconsistencies of these so-called gospel accounts, and they'll use it against you to say, see, that's why I'm not believing this whole account of him, this so-called Messiah or Christ or whatever you want to call him being resurrected. Look, we know how Satan works. This is one thing we know for certain, that our Messiah died, he was put in the tomb for 3 days and 3 nights, and he was resurrected on the Sabbath. Okay? This we know. Regardless of what anybody else wants to say or whatever the accounts that was written, do not let that persuade you from believing in the resurrection work of our Messiah and what he has done. Because what I'm showing you right now is the lying pens of the scribes. All of these cannot be right. The only one I would put any weight on is Matthew. This is the only one. It's the only one because it has a Hebrew understanding. Now, let me show you why I'm saying this, because I'm going to read this to you, and you're going to see where they get this Friday, Saturday, and sunrise on Sunday, or rising on the Sunday. Okay, let's see this. So now, if you go here, let's start with Mark. Now, if we go here to Mark chapter 14. Okay, Mark chapter 14. Now the Pasach and the festival of Matzot was after 2 days, and the chief priests and the scribes were seeking how to take him through treachery and put him to unaliving. Okay, and they said, not at the festival, lest there shall be an uproar of the people. Okay, and while he was in Bethania, in the house of Shimon the leper, and sitting at the table, a woman came in. We know about the alabaster flask. We talked about all of this. So we know all of this was happening on what we know as Pasach, right? Or not Pasach. Pasach's getting ready to happen. This is 2 days before Pasach. So then it goes on here and says this in verse 12. And on the first day of unleavened bread, when they were slaughtering the Pasach, so again, you notice that the Pasach and unleavened bread, the first day of unleavened bread, are connected. Okay. Now we know, again, you have to have this Hebrew mindset. The Pasach is not the actual first day of unleavened bread, but it is counted as the first day of the week of the celebration of unleavened bread, and it's called Passover or Pasach. So this is why they say this here, okay? And on the first day of unleavened bread, when they were slaughtering the Pasach lamb, this lets you know what day we're talking about. This is the 14th and not the 15th, okay? His taught one said to him, where do you wish for us or want us to go and prepare for you to eat the Pesach? Okay, so all this talks about pretty much the same. And so it talks about here, and evening having come, he came with the 12, and he sat and ate. And Yahusha said, truly I say to you, one of you, and it talks about Judas over here, right? Okay, so now the third time he prayed, they're at the Garden of Gethsemane. They already left the upper room. They went to the Mount of Olives, and he prayed 3 times there in the Garden of Gethsemane. He comes back and finds Peter, James, and John still sleeping 3 times. Okay, and then immediately while he was still speaking, Yahuda, Judas, okay, came with a whole bunch of band of the scribes and Pharisees and the elders with the regiment of these soldiers, and they came and they grabbed our rabbi. They came and got our Messiah. All of this is happening at night, okay? And so let's see here. And so now they're getting ready to put him to death. They still got him in front of the Sanhedrin court that night, okay? The night of the 14th, all right? And now here it is, the 15th, okay? I know it says 15th here, but I'm talking about the 15th here, okay? The next morning, all right? Because that happened all this night right here. Now we're coming into the 15th. So now you see that here. And immediately in the morning, the chief priests and the councils, meeting with the elders and scribes and all the council, having bound Yahusha, they led him away and delivered him to Pilate. Again, that happened here, all right? Preparation day, right? And so he's over here interrogating him. Pilate is interrogating our Messiah. And so then they release Barabbas, right? And so now our Messiah is hanging on the tree, okay, at this point, and they have the inscription over his head, okay? All this is happening on the 15th during the daytime, all right? And let's see, as we continue, and verse 42, and when evening had come, this is that red line right here, evening had come. And when evening had come, because it was the preparation day, that is the day before the Sabbath. What day before the Sabbath? Right here. This is the high Sabbath right here. Okay. Now, this is how it gets convoluted in Christian circles. Again, when evening had come, they'll tell you this is Friday. Okay. And it was preparation day. Remember, the rest of the world, unlike us, they think Friday is the day before Shabbat. They call that preparation day. We call it Arak Yom. Okay, every week we have an Arak Yom, the 6th day. Yesterday was our Arak Yom. Yesterday was our preparation day before the Sabbath, which is today. Okay, because of the calendar that we keep. All right, but this is talking about this specific preparation day, which was the day before the first day of unleavened bread in the evening. So again, when evening had come, because it was the preparation day, that is the day before the Sabbath, Joseph of Arimathea, of the prominent council member, who was himself waiting for the reign of Aluah Elohim, came boldly and went in to Pilate and asked for the body of Yahusha. But Pilate wondered whether he was already dead. So summoning the captain, he had asked him if he was already dead. And when he learned this of the captain, he gave the body to Joseph. And it says, and Joseph bought fine linen and took him down and wrapped him in the linen, and he laid him in the tomb that had been hewn out of the rock, and rolled a stone against the entrance of the tomb. And Miriam of Magdala and Miriam the mother of Joseph saw where he had laid. And then chapter 16 says, and when the Sabbath was past, Sabbath is over here. Mary Magdala, Mary of the mother of James or Jacob, Sholema, bought spices to go and anoint him. And very early on day 1 of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen, and they said among themselves, who shall roll away the stone from the entrance of the tomb for us? So now let's go back and look at this. This is where they get the whole Resurrection Sunday, because again, you're seeing the lying hands, the lying pens of the scribe. So remember, he goes into the tomb, okay, and they said it was in the evening, all right? They would have been believing this to be Friday night, okay? They're calling this preparation day. Why? Because the next day is going to be the Sabbath. Well, since the next day is going to be the Sabbath, they all rested on the Sabbath. So they think the next day is Saturday. Christendom thinks it's Saturday, right? They're resting on the Saturday. They're even telling us and teaching us that the Messiah was resting even in the grave on the Sabbath, right? They're telling us all these lies, okay? So now when the Sabbath was passed, in our thinking already, as I'm saying this, many of you are saying, okay, well, Sabbath passed. That means Saturday just passed. So this is where we get this whole Resurrection Sunday. Very early, day one of the week. This is where they get this stupid Sunday. It ain't no Sunday, but that's what they want us to believe. So now you're taking Friday evening, Saturday, and then you have Saturday morning. How was that 3 days and 3 nights, people? How was that 3 days and 3 nights? He told the Pharisees and Sadducees that the only sign that shall be given them is the same sign that was given to them by Jonah the prophet. As he was at 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the fish, so shall the son of Adam, speaking of himself, will be in the grave for 3 days and 3 nights. And I just showed you, according to the true calendar, the calendar that we have now been able to resurface because of the restoration of the scriptures that has been hidden from us in the Dead Sea Scrolls, shows us that we are to keep this Enoch Zadok calendar that we know as Yahuwah's calendar. Without that Enoch Zadok calendar, we would still be in the blind and being just like the Christians, and we believe on a Good Friday, and then he rested on a Saturday, and then he came out of the grave early Sunday morning, and this is why you have your so-called Resurrection Sunday sunrise service. There's no 3 days and 3 nights and none of that. But let the Catholics tell you and the Protestants tell you, and they're going to keep that tradition of men, and they don't even question it. They don't even question it. You know why? Because their mindset is of that of a Roman. And if you didn't understand what I just shared with you, it's because you're still in that mindset, which we've all been there. But it's going to take you to literally get on your hands and knees, and you got to go before the creator of heaven and earth, and you got to ask him to open up your eyes to this understanding of truth, because once you see it, he'll start opening up all the scriptures to you. Not that you're going to know every single thing about it, but you're going to start to see the lies that have been taught to you. Like this whole thing about Good Friday and Saturday, he rested in the tomb, and then he woke up and he resurrected on a Sunday. Don't you understand that they want you to continue to be in the dark? They want you to continue to worship this JC person and have this same JC person tells you not to keep the Sabbath day, when the Messiah of the book is not telling you that. He tells you to keep the Sabbath just like he kept the Sabbath. It was his custom to keep the Sabbath, and it's supposed to be our custom to keep the Sabbath. Hallelujah. Let's see here. Ma Cody saying it is the afternoon Palal. Let us Palal. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, we come before you on this time of the Shabbat, giving you all praise, honor, and esteem, O Abba. Abba, we ask that many of our eyes have been opened as we were walking through this time, O Abba, of when your son, your Bane, was here on this earth, on this Aratz, and how he had carefully walked out the Torah so that we may understand, O Abba, what is to be understood of us, so that we may believe the truth and not the traditions of men, doing those things that only you have wanted us to see and not what man wants us to see, O Abba. For we know that man is corrupt, and he has corrupted your ways, and he has corrupted your words, and has taught us so. Forgive us, O Abba, for going astray. May we all return unto you. May we all return unto you as prodigal children. May we see the truth and not the lies. May we walk out this time as we are now getting ready to enter into this Passion Week, O Abba, here in the next few days. For you said that it is a law forever for the children of Yaqub, for the children of Yasharal, those who are native born and those who have been grafted in. Help us, O Abba, not to be led astray by every sound and wind of doctrine that comes our way. May our feet be established in your Torah, in your words. May your words be a light unto our feet, a lamp unto our pathway, O Abba, so that we may not go astray and stay on that ancient path. As you have restored these things to us, to your people, opening up our understanding to your true name, Opening up to our understanding that we're to keep your commandments, even though it doesn't save us, oh Abba, but that we are to do them. Opening up to us who you truly are, helping us to remove the false images and not keeping these images of idolships or idols, idolizing these things that we call crosses and these six-pointed stars and these crescent moons and all these other things, oh Abba, that we think is of you and has nothing to do with you, oh Abba. For you have given us your image. For we have all been made in your image and likeness. This is why you have told us to love one another, because we are to love the image that you have created for each one of us to see. The image that has been made in you. This is our palah on this Yom, on this Shabbat. And may all the congregation say, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and Hallelujah, Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. Amat. All right. Okay. So how beautiful it is. Anyone have any questions before we shut down this segment? And if my Aki Kenneth is here, or Aki Danielle, if you are here, please give me a 1, Aki Kenneth and Aki Danielle. Fellow daughter of Zion, what does Amat mean? Amat means truth. JW, how long did it take for you to come up with this calendar? Well, I didn't come up with the calendar. It was given to us, and we had to study it out to see if it's true, through the Dead Sea Scrolls, through Jubilees, through Enoch, and even the Tanakh, and even the New Testament. You'll see it even in the New Testament. They were here earlier. Okay. Okay, Robin. So I can understand why you guys are all confused over there on the other side of the international date line. Before I hit that up, I don't know if Aki Quentin is here. Aki Quentin, you had brought up earlier about why don't we use Paleo alphabets, the Paleo Hebrew alphabet. The Paleo Hebrew alphabet and what we call the modern block letter Hebrew alphabet they're identical, other than the shapes that have been given to us. Okay. Now, I know there are some people who are adamant about Paleo Hebrew, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not as adamant. Now, I rather know more of the Paleo Hebrew than the modern block Hebrew that our ancestors picked up when they were in Babylon. But here's the thing. Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls, okay? Each one of those scrolls, none of them was written, not one of them that I've known or that I've studied was written in Paleo Hebrew. They were all written in modern Hebrew, okay? Other than when they would spell the word of Yahuwah, that would be in Paleo Hebrew, okay? And so the reason why I'm bringing this up, anybody who wants to be adamant about, oh, why are you guys using, the modern block letter Hebrews? Well, I'm telling you, it's even found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And those Dead Sea Scrolls is how we got all the information that we have to this very day. It is the oldest written information of what we know as the Tanakh, the Old Testament. All right. So if it was, I hate to use this word God. If it was great enough for them to write it down in the modern block lettering Hebrew for our prosperity to where we can read it nowadays, then I don't see what is wrong with it. Okay. That's just me. Now, others can be dogmatic about it staying Paleo. Again, as I was sharing, the Dead Sea Scrolls are all written in modern Hebrew lettering, not Paleo, other than the Father's name. The Father's name was written in Paleo Hebrew, but all the other lettering was written in modern Hebrew. Okay. So now let me answer the question real quick for our Aki Robin over there in Australia. Aki Robin, so the sun is probably rising over there right now in Australia, yes? Or been up for a little while? As that sun was rising in your neck of the woods today, that is the Shabbat for you. Because again, from what we're understanding is the Shabbat starts in Jerusalem. It doesn't start where man has created this fake international dateline and say New Zealand, Auckland, New Zealand, and Sydney, Australia are the first ones to come into the day. Okay, that's all man-made. The day begins at Jerusalem. Okay, so it's 9 a.m. So you're actually on your Shabbat right now. You're behind us. Even though all this time we thought you guys were ahead of us, you're actually behind us. Okay. And that's probably the simplest I can tell you, Aki Robin. So all you have to do is just connect it through all the other, like when we do our Pasach that's coming up, when we're having it at evening here on the west coast of the United Snakes, as that sun starts to go down later on that same day for you guys, it's going to be Pesach for you guys that evening. Yes, it's still going to remain the same, yes. But now you're going to have to use the international dateline if you want to equate it to our pagan calendar. So it's Tuesday over there right now. So all of your Shabbats for this year is going to be Tuesday morning. So again, for you guys in Australia, it's going to happen, if I'm understanding correctly how the international dateline works, it's going to be April 3rd for the Pesach in the evening. The high Sabbath, Brooke, are going to be exactly like we just read today. You have 2 high Sabbaths coming up, okay? The first day of unleavened bread and the last day of unleavened bread. Both of those days, we're going to come together. So we have a set apart gathering, like we're told in Leviticus chapter 23. The first day and the last day, we're supposed to have a set apart gathering. You do no servile work on the 15th and on the 21st. Those 2 days, no work is to be done, okay? You can cook. You can cook on those days. What is Jamie? What is Tuesday? You got to give me a little more than that. Cheyenne. So pictograph is the same as the letters of what we call the Paleo Hebrew. Okay, so the pictograph has a meaning. At the same time, it has a phonetical sound, right? So like alap, alap is the head of an ox. Okay, so that pictograph of the letter A, it has the ah sound. Okay, but at the same time, it also has a meaning, which means head or first. Okay. Yes, Hudgens, you can definitely come through for Pesach. Just hit us up, um, email ambassadors of Yah at Gmail, and make sure you put on there that you would like to attend for the Pesach and you live in the Phoenix area or in Arizona area, and we'll help you get acquainted with us, and we'll love to see you. Okay. Oh, Jamie. Okay, so that might be because they're starting the day after the spring equinox, and I did that before, and that is wrong. Let me show you why it's wrong. Let's go to the book of Enoch real quick. Okay. I apologize if I don't get to all of your guys' questions, but I'll try my best, okay? Cheyenne, this is why we're doing fellowship here on the live, because you're not going to find too many of us. We're scattered all throughout the earth. This is why what we're learning right now, and I truly believe this, there are some of you that are hearing my voice that is going to be part of the 144,000 household. Let me say that again. There are some of you that are hearing my voice that are part of the 144,000 household who shall be saved from this hour of trial that is going to come upon the whole world to test those who dwell upon the earth. They're the only ones who have been promised to be kept from this hour of trial. Okay? There's not too many of us in the world. Everyone else, I can't speak for the others, but they either don't know the calendar, and if they have the calendar, they don't have the right days that they're following the calendar. And if they don't have the right days of the calendar, they're calling him JC. And if they're not cleaning their mouth out, like it says that the 144,000, that they don't have no guile in their mouth, no falsehood in their mouth, they're not using any pagan words. Okay? These people have studied themselves out to be clean, to be first fruits unto Yahuwah and the Lamb. This is why they're called virgins. We're not talking about some physical virgins who are Jewish, okay? Stop with the Christian understanding. This is talking about the 5 wise virgins of Matthew chapter 25. The 144,000 are the 5 wise virgins of Matthew chapter 25. They are clean, without spot or wrinkle. These people have given themselves over to the commandments. These people are doing their best to follow the Torah, the instructions. These people are calling him by his true name because it has been now restored unto them. These people now know the true calendar because it's also been restored unto them. These people love their neighbor as themselves. These people are called the Assembly of Philadelphia. Okay? These are the people. And so you might be one of them. If you're not one of them, no need to worry. We still got another escape coming. But ours is just going to be a little harder because you're going to have to endure, even if it means to be unalived. Just like it says in Daniel chapter 11, I think starting at verse 30 or 31, where it talks about those who know their mighty one, they shall do mighty exploits. They're going to do great work, just like the Messiah said, that greater works than these shall you do. When is that going to happen? This latter rain that's already starting. He's going to start giving us those gifts again by the Ruach, because it's the Ruach that's working through us. It has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with you being obedient to the Ruach, and the Ruach will move through you. But let me continue here. Let's go to what I was getting at about the beginning of the year. Chapter 72. This is why we know the first day of the year, the very first day of the year, is the spring equinox. Okay? Let's read this. Where did I just put my little orange tablet? Give me a second, you guys. I got stuff all over the place over here. Going from one book to the next. I done lost myself of all kinds of stuff that I got in front of me. Here it is. Okay. So, Enoch, chapter 72, right? Notice what it says here. Starting at verse 4. And the first there goes out this great luminary called the sun, the sun. All right. His circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating, heating fire. And the chariot on which he, the sun, ascends and the wind drives, the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east. Now, for any of you who know why this is being said, it's letting you know that the earth is a flat disc. Okay. It's flat. It's not a globe. It's not a sphere. It's flat. And is so guided, and he comes to the appropriate portal and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal, that is the fourth of the 6 portals in the east. Okay. Now, as we read here in verse 8, when the sun rises in the heaven, he comes out through that 4th portal 30 mornings, 30 sunrises in succession, no breaks, no breaks. It's just constant. All right. And then sets accurately. Let me bring this down. sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer. So this lets you know this starts at what we know as the spring, because every day, like it is right now, for those of us who are north of the equator, the days are getting longer and longer. And those who are south of the equator, their days are getting shorter and shorter by the day. Okay. So this is letting us know timekeeping has to do with Jerusalem. It's not about somebody in Johannesburg or somebody in Sydney, Australia, or somebody in Auckland, New Zealand. It's not talking about these locations. It's talking about the location where he wants to place his name, where he is going to be sitting forever, where the three feasts that we read about in Exodus, the 33 or chapter 32, or is it 34? I can't remember now. Well, 3 times a year, we're all to go to Jerusalem, okay? And we're not to go there empty-handed. That's where the calendar begins and ends. That's where time begins and ends, okay? It says that the Torah shall go forth from Mount Zion and out of Jerusalem, okay? Again, letting us know that the law, the calendar, the time all starts in Jerusalem, all right? So it says that it does this for 30 sunrises, okay? Says, and on that day, the day is longer than the night by 9 parts. Now, you see here in the margins, I have here, fourth portal. This has to do with the first month, 30 days. Verse 11, it says, and the sun rises from the fourth portal and sets in the fourth and returns in the fifth portal for 30 days. Okay, this is the next month, the second month. Okay, and then it goes on and says in verse 13, and it returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal and rises and sets in the sixth portal 31 days or morning sunrises on account of its sign. Okay, so now right here is letting us know, if you're reading this, it's going to tell you, reading between the lines, when the first day of the year is. Notice here, 31 days. Okay, this is the third month. So here I have 31 days, 30 days, and 30 days. That was the first month. Second month, third month. Okay, and it says on account of its sign. What is that sign? That is what we know as the summer solstice. That's the summer solstice. So the summer solstice is supposed to be the 31st day. So again, here we see 31, 30, and 30. So if we was to add all this up, that's 91 days. 91 days per season. This is the spring season, 30, 30, 31. This is the summer season, 30, 30, 31. That's the winter season, 30, 30, 31. Or excuse me, I did that wrong. That was the fall season, and then 30, 30, 31 is the fall, the winter season, and then starts all over again, spring. So now, why am I bringing this up? That this is the telltale of when the beginning of the year is. Okay, remember 30, 30, and 31 on account of its sign. So now let's go to the account of its sign on our calendar. Let me pull it up here. Give me a second, you all. Okay. Let me put this all back together. Let me pull this back out so you guys can all see this together with me. This was last year's, but it's still the same. The only difference is we put Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at the heading up here, okay? It's the only difference, all right? So you know what day is what day, all right? But it's the same. And we only did that because all of us have this pagan Gregorian mindset, and you need something to look at so you don't misunderstand what I'm sharing with you. But anyways, remember we said 30, 30, 31 days, right? So here's the first month, Kadash 1, 30 days. Here's the second month, Kadash 2, 30 days. Here's the third month, Kadash 3, 31 days on account of its sign. Okay? So now all we got to do is go backwards. You want me to count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91. What's 91? Spring equinox. Spring equinox. This is why we know the first day of the year is the straight line shadow called the spring equinox. Okay? Again, all you have to do is test out what Yahuwah has given us, and you're going to see that it all lines up. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Let's see here. We are now knocking 5 minutes to 3 hours. You're welcome, Jeremy. I don't know if you're saying that to me, but you're welcome. Pete, what to remove as leaven? Leaven has to do with. Oh, thank you, Aki, Jeremy. So the feast of unleavened. I'm saying you're asking me, Aki, Pete, removing leaven from the house. What do you remove? So you're going to remove all the bread that is risen. Okay. Oh, I got to share something about that too. Okay. So how do we do our spring cleaning? Spring cleaning is you go into all your homes and you're not to have any leaven to be found in your house. Okay, so if you have any rising agent that's called yeast, get rid of it. Not baking soda, rising agent called yeast. Okay, now we know all of this is symbolic. It's the spiritual application that Yahuwah is more worried about. Okay, what is the spiritual application of all of this? He says to make sure that our leaven is not like the leavening of the Pharisees and Sadducees. That leaven has to do with pride, boastfulness, and sin. Okay, we know that Yahuwah does not like leavening when it comes to pride, ego, boastfulness, and sin. So we are to remove that out of our bodies. Our body is the dwelling place, the temple of the living Alua Elohim. All right, so that practice of physically removing the leaven out of your home, it's a great practice to have. Number one, because you're cleaning out your cupboards of all this old stale bread and everything else that you may have. Okay, remove it. It's still a great thing to do, and it can become fun, and hopefully it doesn't break the pocketbook. But you have your kids help out, go in and look at all the cupboards, all through the cabinets, get all the bagels, the donuts, the your Wonder Breads and your not so Wonder Breads. You know, you get rid of all of that stuff, right? Get rid of it. And you replace it with matzah crackers. And I hope you would be able to make it instead of buying it, because if you buy it, there's a chance that you might have some dam, some blood that you probably don't want in your bread. Okay, let me just put it that way. I'll leave it at that. So it's better for you to make it than to buy it. Okay. And Pete, if it does any, if it's a rising agent like yeast, you need to get rid of it, right? Okay, so remove it. Just remove it. All right. Now, here's the beauty. So let's go to Leviticus 23. And I don't know if Erica is here, but I think Erica, Akudi Erica, Aki Al, I don't know if Akudi Erica is here. If she is, could you let me know? But it was something that she said that had my mind going forward with this. And of course, Aki Al was the one who goes, well, that's what Erica said. I was like, really? I said, well, that's probably where I got this. It was planted into my ruach, and I had no idea. Okay. So let's go to Leviticus 23. Let me show you this passage. Okay. So we're going to start reading from verse verse 6, okay, where it's talking about the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But I want you to notice something as we're reading, okay? Notice what it says here. Verse 6, and on the 15th day of this month is the festival of Matzot to Yahuwah. 7 days you eat unleavened bread. On the first day you have a set apart gathering. You do no servile work. And you shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah for 7 days. And on the 7th day is a set apart gathering. You do no servile work. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to the children of Yasharal, and you shall say to them, when you come into the land that I give you, and shall reap its harvest, then you shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest to the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before Yahuwah for your acceptance on the morrow after the Sabbath, or to say, the day after the Sabbath, the priest waves it. That's pretty much what it's saying, right? When they use this old English stuff, it just really messes me up too. And on that day, when you wave the sheaf, you shall prepare a lamb a year old, a perfect one, as an ascending offering to Yahuwah. And as grain offering, 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil. An offering made by fire to Yahuwah, a sweet fragrance, and its drink offering, 1/4 of a hin of wine. Now, I know there's a lot of information there about what we're supposed to do for these offerings, right? Don't let all that jarble your mind. I'm just reading it, but this is where I want you to see. Verse 14, and you do not eat bread, or roasted grain, or fresh grain, until the same day that you have brought an offering to your Alua Elohim, a law forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Now, here I'm thinking, okay, well, we're not supposed to eat any leavened bread until Shabuat, the Feast of Weeks, but that's not the case. I had to read this again to get better understanding. What we're being told here is from these 7 days that we eat unleavened bread, okay, we're not to eat any more bread. You do not eat bread or roasted grain or fresh grain until the same day that you have brought an offering to your Alua Elohim. It's a law forever throughout your generations in all your dwelling. Well, where was this offering given? It was given here as the first fruits. Verse 11, and he shall wave the sheaf before Yahuwah for your acceptance. The day after the Sabbath, the priest waves it. On that day, when you wave the sheaf, you shall prepare a lamb. Who's our lamb? The Messiah. A year old, a perfect one. He's the perfect lamb. He's the perfect lamb. As an ascending offering, who ascended to Yahuwah? Our Messiah. Who was the manna? Who was the bread that came down from heaven? It was our Messiah. So you do not eat bread. This isn't unleavened bread. This is bread that has leaven in it. You do not eat bread or roasted grain or fresh grain until that same day that you have brought an offering to your Alua Elohim. The Messiah fulfilled this as our first fruit. Remember, he's our first fruit. He is that risen bread. Do you see that? He is the risen bread. He is that first fruit. So now we can eat bread, right? We can eat bread. The Messiah is the bread. So again, same thing here. I won't be eating any bread until the 26th day. Let me look at my calendar bead here. Okay, so for those of you who have calendar beads, let me show you this one here. All right, so you guys can all see. Okay, this one is our autumn edition, in case you're wondering, like, wow, that one's got a whole bunch of different colors. It still works the same. Okay, it's just they're just different colors, but all your high days and your Shabbats are still going to be unison. So this one's all, the Shabbats are all gold, and all the high days are the brown ones. Okay, so don't let anything else confuse you with all these other colors for the regular days. All right, so we're talking about in the first month, okay, we're right here. This is our Sabbath right here, right now. Okay, this is going to be, let me load this up a little bit. Yes, Aki Manuel, I'll sure put it off to the side. So this is where we're at today. Okay. This one here was yesterday, which we don't do, which is setting aside a perfect lamb, 1 year old, without any spot or wrinkle. Okay. So we're not doing that, but we observe it. We understand what it means. Okay. And it's supposed to be kept until the 14th day where it's unalive. This is Passover. All right. Then we have the next 7 days, 1, 2, 3, including the Shabbat, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 7 days of unleavened bread. But the Pasach is also part of this 8-day celebration. Okay. But then it's after the 21st day, we have the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th Shabbat. And then the 26th day, this is the day after the Sabbath. That's what we just read. The morrow after the Sabbath, right? That's what it said here. Verse 11, and he shall wave the sheaf offering before Yahuwah for your acceptance on the morrow after the Sabbath, or to say on the day after the Sabbath, the priest waves it. That's this day right here. Okay. The day after the Sabbath, that would be here. Okay. This is first fruits. This is when you can eat leavened bread again. Okay. So that's all I wanted to share on that. All righty. And Aki Manuel, you got these. I'm going to put this off to the side, and I'll make sure that my YAH, make sure that that is going to be with us. All right. Let's see. Aki Lester, you said, Aki Jimmy, are you also able to speak to the observance of Kagiag as per Shemot 23:14-17, Dabarim 16:17? Okay, okay. So let's go there. Shemot, also known as Exodus, chapter 23, 14-17. And so we kind of talked about this earlier. 3 times a year, you are to celebrate a festival to me. Guard the festival of Matzot, which is unleavened bread week. 7 days you are to eat unleavened bread as I commanded you at the time appointed. Again, appointed. This is the appointment time in the month of Abib. For in it you came out of Mitzrayim, and you do not appear before me empty-handed. And then we have the festival of harvest, the first fruits of your labors. Now, this isn't the first fruits that we just read about. This is talking about what we know as the festival of weeks, or Shabuat. Okay, it's not really the summer festival, but it's close to the summer. Okay. And so that is the festival of harvest, and the festival of ingathering. This you may also know as the festival of Sukkot, or the festival of tabernacles, or tent. All right. And you're to gather in from its fruit the labors of the field. So 3 times a year, all your males are to appear before the master Yahuwah. All right. Do not slaughter the dam of my slaughtering with leavened bread, and the fat of my festival shall not remain until morning. All right. So we see this again over and over and over again throughout the Tanakh, where we're told about these 3 festivals, and we're going to keep this. This is going to go all the way into the millennium. Okay. To that, Aki. Yep. We're getting ready to get off. And, so this is to occur even all the way into the millennium, and even after the millennium. These 3 festival, these 3 times a year that all males are supposed to appear before him, that doesn't exclude you sisters. Okay. It's just that at this time when it was written in the Tanakh, specifically here in the Torah portion, everybody's house was numbered by a male. And you can see this in Numbers chapter 1. Okay, every house is numbered by the head of the house. So everyone underneath that head, whoever he is, the wife, the daughters, the husband, the children, the sons, all of them, they're under him, and they are to appear before him as one household before the high priest. Okay, and the high priest would take their offering and bring it before Abba Yahuwah 3 times a year. Now, we have a high priest now. Our high priest is the Mashiach, right? The Mashiach has done all of this for us But that doesn't mean we don't observe these days. We still observe it. We still observe it. Okay, so it's not that it's been done away with, and and you have all of this that is going on, that people are over here saying that you're not supposed to keep these days. Aki, let's you say isn't yeah, see, I don't really use that word. Kagiag, really what people call the Last Supper. Yeah, so I just call it the Pesach because that's what we're supposed to do. Um, hold on one second here. Okay, Akiel, appreciate it. Yeah, so that's what we're supposed to do is the matzo and the wine. The matzo and the wine. Like we were talking about, was it yes or the day before yesterday? People have erroneously called it the Last Supper. Some people call it communion. Neither one of those show up anywhere in the Tanakh, nor in the New Testament. Okay, so the only thing that I call it is Pesach because that's what it is. And so we see the same thing in First Corinthians chapter 5 verse 8, where it talks about here, verse 7, therefore cleanse out the old leaven, spiritually speaking, so that you, meaning you and I, are a new lump of what? New lump of unleavened bread, as you are unleavened. We're supposed to be unleavened. No pride, no boastfulness, no ego, no transgressions. For also the Messiah, our Pesach, was slaughtered for us. So then let us celebrate the festival. Not with old leaven, in case you don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about Matzah, the Feast of Matzah. This is the celebration. Nor with the leaven of evil and wickedness. So he's giving you the spiritual application of what this leaven represents. But with the unleavened bread of sincerity and amat, truth. Okay? There's nothing that you do on first fruits, Cody Lauren. It's already been done for you. There's nothing that you are to do but to observe it, that you recognize it. So if you go back and you look at this, if we go back to Leviticus chapter 23, all you got to do is read this right here from verse 9 all the way down to verse 14. Okay? And we notice that when we read this, and we can go back and read it again, but we did not see anything about this being a set apart day unto you. All right? I don't see anything here that says anything about this day being a set apart day unto you. This is the day that you are to bring your offerings to Abba Yahuwah, which is the fruit of your lips. That's it. That's what you do. You observe this day. You observe it. Okay? Because all of this was done. None of us are farmers, so we can't go and get our harvest, the fruit of our harvest, and bring it to him and say, okay, I'm going to bring this to you as, my tithe, my first fruits to him, because the Mashiach was our first fruit. The Mashiach fulfilled this passage. So all we're doing is observing it. Same thing like we're doing with Pesach. This is the same thing we do with all the feast days. These are shadows of things to come. Yes, Aki, Lester, we know you's a farmer over there. Yes. And I'm growing a garden myself, but I'm not bringing none of what I got in my backyard as first fruits because those things look tacky. They're terrible. But I'm going to bring them the first fruits of my lips. Yahuwah Z71, I asked my manager to have the 2 high days off, but he said one of them I would have to work on a Monday to have one of them off. I'm not sure what to do. Should I participate in the second Pesach? If you're able to do the first Pesach, I would suggest that you do the first one. The first one is not a day where you cannot work. Pesach, the 14th, what is known as April 2nd, you are able to work on April 2nd. That is not a Shabbat. Okay? Again, you're not going to find here Verse 4, chapter 23. These are the appointed times of Yahuwah, set apart gatherings that you are to proclaim at their appointed times. And this is Pesach right here. In the first month of the 14th day of the month, at evening is Pesach to Yahuwah. Nowhere here and in any other passage that you read about the Pesach does it ever say you are to not work on Pesach. It is a set apart gathering to you. Nowhere does it say that. Nowhere does it say that. Now, we do know that we are to gather together for Pesach because we see earlier, like we read in Exodus chapter 12, where people who couldn't afford a lamb, they can bring their monies together to get a lamb if it was too expensive for them. All right. But as far as the Pesach itself being a day off, that's nowhere in Scripture. The very next day, this is why Pesach is also known as preparation day, okay? Because you're preparing for the high Sabbath, which is that evening coming up in the 15th, which is the first evening that you're commanded to eat unleavened bread for the next 7 days. And that first day of the 7 days is a Shabbat. It's a day you don't work, and it's a day that we're to come together. And so that's why we're going to be coming together, and we're going to do the last day, and we're going to come together again on the live. Okay. I don't know how to read Russian, but you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I don't even know how to read not one letter. What looks like an A to me, I'm not sure what that is, but I don't mean any disrespect to you. You said, brother, thank you very much. It's interesting stream. All praises to Abba Yahuwah. I wouldn't fast on that day, see Angel. I mean, it doesn't say that you can't, but I wouldn't fast on that day because it's a day that you're able to eat bread again. So April 2nd to the 9th, Pesach, unleavened bread. What do we do April 10th on? Please give step by step. So again, if you go back to the calendar, you're going to see that the calendar, where I put it here. Okay, I got to remember that you're talking about pagan days here. Okay, so again, let me bring this down or back out. Pesach right here, okay? And I'll use, because I see some of you are still kind of confused about this because you're still using pagan days. April 2nd, the evening of April 2nd is Passover. The evening of April 3rd is the high Shabbat, the first day of unleavened bread. We're going to come together and we're going to celebrate this day on the live, okay? This day, go to work. This day, go to work. This day, you don't go to work. This day is Shabbat, okay? So you're supposed to be off that day, which would be a week from today, okay? And then you have this day, you go to work on the 7th. This day, you go to work on the 8th. This day, you don't go to work on the 9th. You finish off that evening with eating your bread, unleavened bread. The very next day is a normal day, your April 10th that you was just talking about. YAH's daughter, this is a regular day again. You go back to work. You do what you're supposed to do. Work, Shabbat. Okay? Okay, some of your questions are coming in so fast. Let me see here. So we shouldn't work on the 3rd and the 6th. You shouldn't work on, let me see, because I got to go back and look at this with the calendar. Okay, so these are the days you don't work, okay? 3rd, April 3rd, you don't work. Of course, you don't work on the Shabbat, okay? That's going to be on April 6th. And then the very next one will be April 9th. You don't work on April 9th. All right. So the 3rd, the 6th, and the 9th, you don't work. Okay. But you can cook. You can start a fire. You can do all that stuff here. You're just not supposed to work. Okay. Here, the weekly Sabbath, you don't do that. You don't start a fire. You don't cook. All of that should have been done the day before. Okay. And the same thing here. You can cook, start a fire. You can do all that here. Am I higher? I don't know if that's how you say your name. Am I? You said, thank you, Aki Jimmy. I appreciate your very helpful teaching tonight, as I am very new to all of this. I went through 22 churches. Wow, that's a lot of pagan temples. I probably got you beat by one. Eventually, to find this group, I believe without a doubt that I was led. Oh yeah, all praises to Abba Yahuwah. Let's see, Miranda, you said, so I have to work on the high Sabbath. What can be done if we can't get those days? Miranda, it is what it is. You know, you have to just take it before Abba Yahuwah. You know, there's a lot of us that we have problems in this world because, again, this isn't our world. We're just passing through it. And we do have to take care of ourselves and everything else. So Abba Yahuwah sees exactly what's happening to us as it was with the children of Yasharal in the days of Pharaoh, where he would not let us go. So don't be hard on yourself. Just do what you can and try not to spend money where you can't or where you don't have to on those high days. Does start a fire mean warm up your food? So Cheyenne, that's speaking of specifically. What's up, dear? Oh, okay. I thought you had something. Yeah, share me. Okay. So you can warm up your food, but the fire should have already been going the day before. Or if you're doing like most of us, because we live in a modern time, you just cook it on your electric stove or your electric microwave. But do not start a gas fire. Okay. If you have a gas stove, don't use it. All right. Again, only to warm up your food in the microwave or on a hot plate, wherever you're not using fire. Okay. Electric is different. Okay. We have modern things that we got going on here. We're not talking about that. That's not considered fire. Okay. People want to add to it. Like I was telling you guys earlier, don't bring any of that Talmudic teaching up in here where people say you can't even rip off a piece of toilet paper because that's doing work. You can use your electric stove, Brooke, but only to reheat. Yes, not to cook. Okay. The cooking part still stands. All of that should have been done the day before. That's still what we call Arak Yom, or preparation day. How's the doggies, dear?
They're listening to your live downstairs. They're knocked out.
They're knocked out. I'm putting them to sleep.
Yes.
Okay. If Yahuwah Z71, if the second Pesach lines up better with your schedule, and I would say by all means do it, Aki. Or Akodi. I don't know if you're Aki or Cody. See, here I go assuming. Asia, that's why we're here. This is why we come together. We come on every MON day. Every MON day we come together. Someone asked about cat food. Oh yes, crock pot is handy for Shabbats. Do you have me excused because I'm still trying to learn the truth? What don't I do on the Sabbath? Okay, Alicia, great name by the way. Alicia, which means mighty one is savior. My mighty is savior. What don't you do on a Shabbat? Well, again, don't start a fire on Shabbat. Okay. And the reason for that is you're not to be cooking. Okay. So if you didn't prep it the day before, don't start cutting on your onions and your celery and all this other stuff and you put it into a crock pot and you're going to cook it. That should have been done the day before. Okay. And then the next thing is you're not to be working. All right. You're not to work on the Shabbat. All right. The other thing you don't want to do is you don't want to do what you like to do. That doesn't mean because it's a day off, you go and you get to go riding your bicycle on your favorite trail. All right. That's doing what you want to do on his day. He says, if you don't do your things that you delight in on my day, if you don't speak your words and you don't do those things that pleases you on my day, then he shall allow you to ride on the heights of the heavens. All right. So again, that is his day. Don't do any of your hobbies. Don't say, okay, kids, we're going to go to the park. We're going to have a so-called, eating out together. I don't like to say picnic because we know what that means. But we're gonna go in and eat out at an establishment. You're not supposed to do that either. Why? Because they're not supposed to be working either. So why are you gonna go to an establishment when you know you're not supposed to be working, and you're gonna have people wait on you hand and foot, and they're working and they're not supposed to be working either, even though they don't know that. You know better. You're not supposed to be there. So don't go into any place where you're going to be spending money. No commerce is to be done on Sabbath. Okay. No Amazon, no nothing. All right. This is a day, again, to Abba Yahuwah and to him alone. Okay? And that's pretty much it. Cheyenne, picnic is 2 words, and I got to be careful how I say this, but it's Nigger. I'll just put it that way. Praise Yahuwah 03. I live with a non-believer and I can't throw away their food. What can I do? So again, it's not about the physical application. It's about the spiritual application. Praise Yahuwah 03. Okay. So the spiritual application, when you're talking about having to clean out your cupboards and all that stuff, and trying to do some of these things, you keep it unto yourself. Don't touch anybody else's stuff. If you have roommates, or if you have a husband or a wife who doesn't agree and they don't believe in this truth, you don't force the stuff on them. You do what you're supposed to do. You keep that stuff from your dwelling place, your house. You are the temple, right? You're the temple. This is why I was saying what I was saying earlier. If you want to do these things by cleaning out your house, doing that spring cleaning, beautiful. You can do that, okay? But it is not mandatorily required of you as what is mandatorily required of you that has to do with the spiritual application. Because after all, this is what the Mashiach came to teach us. The Messiah came to teach us how everything starts in the spirit, in the mind, in the Ruach. Right? Remember, he says, if you even look at a woman with lust in your eyes, you've already committed the act in your heart. So the opposite is true as well. If you're keeping the Shabbat within you, you can go to work. You can do whatever you got to do with Pharaoh, right? But there's certain things that you know you're not supposed to do, like go and get your gas before you go to work, and you know you have to work on a Shabbat. They're going to make you work. Okay, well, I'm going to make sure that I do everything in my ability. Even if I work at a toll booth and I'm dealing with money, and that's what I'm dealing with because I'm taking money from people out of their car and I'm giving them change back, but that's not my money. I'm just doing work for Pharaoh. I'm doing work for the man, right? But spiritually, in my mind, I'm making sure I've already had my food cooked at my house. Okay? I'm not going to be turning on no lighting on the fire. That fire is not going to get lit unless it was already lit up because it was still going from the day before, right? I'm not going to leave my job or leave my house to go and buy something. I'm not going to do any commerce whatsoever because I know I'm not supposed to do that. So what's in your control for the Sabbath, you do in control. Just like when you're working, you can keep your mind on Abba Yahuwah. Maybe your job isn't so strict where you can have an earpiece in your ear and you're listening to someone talking about the scriptures, or maybe having one of these audio books that is reading one of the books. There's all kinds of ways you can keep your mind on him where you're not thinking your own thoughts. Oh man, I wonder who's winning that game right now. You know, that kind of stuff we don't think about. Oh, did I? Oh man, I got to do this tomorrow and I got to do that tomorrow. No, you don't think about that stuff. You think about Yahuwah. That's it. All right. So we're going to finish off at 4 hours, and then I'm going to come back on just for a little bit just to answer a couple more questions. The reason being I can't go longer than that is because it is my Shabbat, and I got to get some rest because I'm going to be getting on the road tomorrow and getting ready to go down there and see my Akis and Akodis down in Phoenix. It's a little under a 4-hour drive from Vegas to Phoenix, and we're going to get stuff set up. We're going to have this beautiful time. And all of you who can't make it, it's okay. We're going to have a beautiful time with you as well. We're going to still do this together. Just because you're not there physically, you're still there with us in the Ruach. And that's what counts. And we're going to do this all together at the same time. No matter where we live, no matter where we dwell, we're going to do this. Peter, great administration, Aki Jimmy, following from Kenya. Wow, Kenya. Are you in Nairobi by any chance, Aki Peter? Yahuwah Barak you and your mishpachah, by the way, Peter. Natasha, you say you also live with Brooke. I know. We're gonna miss you too. Where did it go? Natasha, you just, oh, okay, I guess I can't read that. You retracted it. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I can hear you, Aki Pat. Hallelujah. Tudata Zugio. Zuggy XO. Yes. Abba Yahuwah go before us. Are we going to be doing immersions? Yes, we are going to be doing immersions there on the daytime portion of the 14th, also known as Pasach. We're going to be doing immersions that day. Yahusha is Yahuwah 777. Please let us know when you come to Florida. Yes, Yahuwah willing, I will definitely let you all know before we do that. Tuda Aki Jimmy, though I do not fully grasp the calendar stuff, I know Yahuwah will open my eyes. Yes, he will. Just stay with it. Stay with it. He will open up your eyes, Chris. Yah's chosen daughter on my mother's side. I believe there will be immersions. Yes, there will be immersions. That's right, Cody Stella. Yeah, I can't wait to see you mañana. You're in Lamu Island. I don't know where Lamu Island is, but I'm assuming that's off the coast of Kenya, right? Hallelujah. Well, Brooke, is there going to be another person where we'll have another in-person festival? Yahuwah willing, yes, it would be for what we call Shabuat or Pentecost in the Greek. And that is, I believe it's going to be in the pagan month of the 2nd of June. Let me see here. Yes, it is the 2nd of June. And that will probably be here in the Vegas area. I'm not sure yet. We're going to see. It's either here or we might, and I have to get with our Aki, Joey, and Akodi Nildiyahu. They're in northern Arizona, close to the southern rim of the Grand Canyon. So we might try to go and see them for the day, but we'll see. I don't know what Yahuwah has for us, and we don't know what's going on in this world. So we're just going to have to play it by ear. Ape Young Smart, are we to smoke? Well, let me put it this way. The scripture does not say you cannot smoke, okay? But here's the thing. And it also depends on what you're smoking. But I tell you right now, that is not great for your lungs, okay? So you are destroying your temple, which Yahuwah dwells in. So be careful what you're putting into your body, all right? So do I have Pesach dinner on the 2nd? Laura says, yes. The evening, at evening, you are to eat your Pesach, okay? And again, as I was sharing earlier, you don't have to get lamb, you don't have to get goat. What you do have to have is matzah crackers, okay? Matzah crackers. If you don't want to make none for yourself, go to your local grocery store, go down the kosher section, or ask somebody that works there at one of these corporate stores, Kroger, Ralph's, um, Hy-Vee, Piggly Wiggly, wherever you live, they have different, you know what I'm talking about. You go to those corporate grocery stores, go to the kosher section, they'll show you where you can find matzah crackers. Try not to get the salted ones, get the unsalted ones, okay? But you need to get that, and you need to get you either grape juice, like Welch's grape juice, or Kedem grape juice, Kedem grape juice. That's going to be in the kosher section as well, and or fermented wine, what you may know as red wine. Okay, that's it. That's all you need. If you don't want to eat anything else and that's all you want to have, you can have that. I know people that all they eat is unleavened bread for the whole 8 days. They won't eat anything else but unleavened bread and drink juice or drink red wine. That's it. That's all they'll eat and drink. And of course, the water, of course, but yes. Michael, you say, why unsalted? Because salt wasn't added as one of the additives that they have given us in scripture. That's added. Yes, yes. All right. Yes, Michael, yes. No salt. You're gonna, like when you're using the when you put the wheat flour with the oil and the water, I think that's all that there really is to it. Cody Stella, you're here. You can answer that question for us. What do you put in your matzo crackers when you make it, a Cody? And it was delicious. You're very welcome, Aki Robin. I know it's difficult for you guys being on that other side of that international date line, but just know that as it's happening here in Vegas, you guys are behind us. So if you do anything before we do, that means you're out of time because we can't do it before Jerusalem. Oh, there it is. Oh, so you do use salt, Cody Stella. Okay. Water, flour, olive oil, salt, from what I know. Is that right? That's what a Cody Stella just said, Brooke. Yep. Yes, we do's. Sandra, as far as I know, baking soda is not leaven, but I could be wrong about that. But as far as I understand it, it's not leaven. It's not yeast. What about the bundle of wheat that I read? Uh, Josie Law, can you give me a passage what you're talking about? The bundle of wheat that I read. Are you talking about the sheaf offering? Is that what you're talking about? So baking soda is a riser. Yep. So no baking soda. Okay. Yes. So the sheaf offering, as I was reading it earlier, Josie, that is after the 7 days of unleavened bread. Anyone who wants a copy of this calendar, please go to our website, ambassadorsofyah.com. 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 You'll see it there. Okay. In fact, I think I'm just going to go ahead and finish off here at the 4-hour mark, and we're going to call it a day. And the next time I'll be on Mishpachah will be when we are getting ready for the Pasach festival. Pasach festival. Wow, I can't believe it's already here. Wow. It's amazing. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. Yep, it is him. And by the way, we're going to have a little treat for you because one of our Akis and Akodis is getting married on the day of the first day of unleavened bread. They are going to tie the knot, as we would say, become one before Abba Yahuwah. And so we will have that also live streaming. So you guys can all partake and be witnesses of two coming together who believe in our Abba Yahuwah. It's going to be a momentous, joyous time. Mm-hmm. Indeed, indeed. Hallelujah. Can we listen to song it's beautiful name I sent to you? It's probably gonna have to wait till the next time because I don't have it set up right now. I'm kind of already set here to finish off. So we're gonna have to do that another time. I apologize. Let's see here. What type of desserts can we make for Passover? Anything that don't have swine in it. I'm just joking. Use your senses. You know already what you shouldn't have, I would think, Stephanie. Again, nothing with leaven in it, so no cakes, no cupcakes, nothing that's risen, right? But I mean, chocolate, strawberries, all kinds of fruits. I mean, all that is open, right? You can have all of that. Caramel, uh, nothing that I would suggest that has anything with gelatin in it. Of course, that has, oink oink in there. Yes, Saturday, Z57 or Z5S. So glad I found you on YouTube. I kept looking on TT. Thanks for the website. This will guide me for the feast days and my bead count. Yes, yes. Hallelujah. Hua. 11 Ski, what was it that you was asking, Ak? I missed it. Really, Chanel? That's crazy. But it doesn't surprise me. We will pull off for you. Please pull off for me. I'm new to this meeting. My family are non-believers and they hurt me spiritually. Please, I can't take it. I want my own safe home. Keep me in your pull-offs. Thanks. Natasha, we're all there with you. We're all there with you. We've all literally, with friends and family, you're not the only one. In fact, if you used to ask most of us in here, maybe a few of us, a handful, may have someone else in our family that believes what we believe. Most of us, we're single. And when I say single, I'm not talking about non-married. I'm saying single as we're the only one from our family. Like my wife and I, me from my side of the family, I'm the only one. Well, my niece, but she's not all the way there yet, but pretty close. My wife's side of the family, she's the only one. Right? Oh yes, thank you, Akia. Let me say this. For those of you who are coming out to Pasach in Phoenix with us, please bring your scriptures with you. Don't leave home without your scriptures. Okay? Don't leave your home without your scriptures. Make sure you bring your scriptures. Whatever translation you have. Yes, dear. Oh. It's at the discovering the Jewish Jesus and asking if has ever heard why it is Yahusha and not the others. Oh, David, I guess you're saying that to go there and add to whatever the question is that they're talking about. Is that what it is? BT, isn't the idea that they were fleeing Mitzrayim, so the meal was for sustenance and symbolic? BT, it is the fleeing of Mitzrayim, so that's why we're eating it in haste. But the Pesach itself also is symbolic of our Messiah. Okay, he's that Passover lamb. He's the reason why we have to put the blood on our ancestors, put the blood on the lintel of the doors and the doorpost. Because again, that represents the death angel passing over us, even on the day of judgment, when we stand before the judgment seat of Yahuwah. The death angel is going to pass over us. Okay. What is this? All right. What else we got here? Is this for Christians too, or just Jewish people? Felicia, I don't understand what you mean by this question. Is this for Christians too, or just Jewish people? I would say it's for neither. We're not Christians and we're not Jewish. So if you want to clarify your question, Felicia, I would be more than happy to answer you. No baked cheesecake, thank you. Are we allowed to use graham crackers? If you're talking about graham crackers for Pesach, I would say no. That's got some other things in it. How do we prep for the Sabbath during the Pesach, cooking, etc.? How do we prep for the Sabbath during Pesach? Levinsky, which Sabbath are you talking about? You talking about the high Sabbath or the weekly Sabbath? I don't know if I want to bring that up here, Aki Al, because that's, we're I will say this for those of you, and I've mentioned this already, but those of you who are going to be cooking for Pesach, and who might be making some sides, please come prepared to make some sides. We'll help you go and get those. We'll have some vehicles that are available so you can go and get those side dishes that you want to make for Pesach for the rest of the Mishpachah when we come together, for those of you who are coming to Phoenix. All right. Do I need to bring the YAH scriptures? If you want to carry that big old thing, yes. But please bring your scriptures. Oh, well, we appreciate you being here, Cody Debbie, and we appreciate Askia for bringing you here. Don't eat regular bread again until April 10th or April 14th. Okay, we're using pagan dates again, so I got to go back and look at that. So it would be, let me see here, because it's the 26th on our calendar. April 14th. April 14th. Do I have to throw away my clothes and detergent and soap? Why would you do that? What does that have to do with anything here that we're talking about? You're very welcome, Jamie. All praises to Abba Yahuwah. All praises. All right, we got 10 minutes and we're getting ready to shut her down. And like I say, the next time I will be on live will be for Pasach. That will be April 2nd at evening, West Coast time. Actually, we'll probably be on there before then, depending. I don't know what kind of network service I'm going to have when we do the immersions, but if we do have clear enough of a network, then we'll be on live even for the immersions. April 3rd, what time will I go live? Well, we're going to have a wedding ceremony on the 3rd. And then come that evening, we're going to be doing unleavened, the first day of unleavened. No, there won't be no part 2 tonight, Akodi Gina. Nope, not tonight. So I got to prepare myself for tomorrow because I'm going to be gone from my house for about 6 days. So I got to give my nephew some instructions for him to follow to take care of my home and all the animals that I got around here, my cats and dogs and goats and sheep. And I'm just joking. I just have 3 dogs and a turtle. Michael, you say by working night shift on April 3rd, would there be an exception, Aki? Well, again, we're living in a modern time, and no one at the time as these instructions were given out, nobody was working at night. It was only during the day portion, right? During when the sun was out. So this whole society that we live in is backwards. You're supposed to be sleeping at night, but again, we work in this time of Babylon. So no, you're not supposed to be working, but you are working. So I mean, I don't know what else to say to you other than already. You're in that position where it's difficult to keep. But do your best, Michael. Do your best. Okay, Cody Wendy, have a great evening, or Layla to you as well. Layla Tube, great night. Adore Layla. Hallelujah. Jamie, where do you live? Where do you live, Jamie? Okay, Cody Lupe. Yahuwah barak you and keep you, and may he continue to allow the countenance of his light to shine upon you and all your mishpachah, especially your son. Yes, peace, be still. You gotta help out your husband. You got to do what you got to do. Is the word bad a pagan word? I don't think so. I haven't looked into it, so I can't say yes or no. But I don't think so. Yes, yes, Janine Gadul. Yes. Okay, Cody Nildia. Yep, that'll be beautiful. Tudata, Cody. Gadal Layla is what Ishi and I use as well as Gadul Bakor. Yep, that's what I use, both of those. Gadul, well, I don't say Gadal, Gadul with the U between the D and the L. Gadul, Layla, and Gadul Bakur. Baqur. Yes, Good is pagan Cheyenne because so the word, let me write this down here. So this word right here, where's my pen? So a lot of people say this, but they don't know what they're saying, right? Actually, it was this Catholic lady taught me this, and I didn't know this, and this is what kind of got me started looking into the word Good. But this was a greeting of when somebody was leaving. Okay, you say this as a parting greet, and this meant God be with ye. This is Old English. Okay. What you see here as goodbye is actually God be with ye. So they contracted the by from be and ye, and that's how you get by. And this Good is another way of saying this. So you're saying God be with ye, that right there. So God is pagan because it's actually talking about God instead of Good. And so you'll see a lot of even Hebrew words. You'll see Gad, Good, right? What's the other one? And of course we know this one. But all of these are the same. They're all the same. Yes, that one too, Emmanuel. Yes. I forgot about the GAWD. Yes. Queen Got is the Germanic way of spelling it. Yes, and that's how they pronounce it too. Gott, Gott in the German tongue. Cree, what does Gadul mean? Gadul, not Godul, but Gadul means great. So that's the thing, right, Cheyenne, about the tribe called Gad. And again, we don't know exactly how that is pronounced because a lot of the Hebraic letters and the understanding of the vowels has been lost to us. Only a few words do we know for certain, but that is one of those that we don't know exactly how it is pronounced. Um, is it Gad? Is it God? Is it good? Is it good? We don't know how. If you look up the word Gad, the tribe, the son of one of Yaqub's sons, it only gives you 2 letters. Okay, it gives you the Gamel and it gives you the Dalat. That's a G and a D. So we don't know how that's pronounced. People have speculated that it's Gad or God, but we don't know for certain. All right. Well, so this brings us to the end of our Shabbat meeting today, Mishpachah. So before you leave, let me give you all the Aaronic Barakah. And the next time we are all together again, it will be for Pasach, or actually I should say it will be for the immersion. But that will be pre-Pasach, because Pasach will be that evening. Okay, so let's read out of Bamidbar, chapter 6. Bamidbar, chapter 6. Okay, in Bamidbar, chapter 6, we are doing the Aaronic Barakah. And it reads there for us, starting at verse 22. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is how you barak the children of Yasharal. Say to them, Yahuwah barak you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor unto you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yasharal, and I myself shall barak them. All right, Mishpachah. So it was wonderful, a great time together. May Abba Yahuwah go before each and every last one of you, including your Mishpachah. May he allow all your ways to be wonderful and to his esteem. And may we be a barak to someone else as Yahuwah has been a barak unto us. Until next time, my name is Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy, and we are the ambassadors of YAH.
Of Yasharal, straight out of the book, the scriptures, verses sharper than fishing hooks, snagging souls, taking poles, leaving devils shook. Who we be? Messengers, truth bringers, that's the key. Unlocking minds, leaving darkness in debris. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. Verses be thumping, shofars be blowing, beat be steady. Word power every hour, truth already. Blended deep secrets, keep bulls unsteady. We elevate till your fate be ready. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of YAH. Listen close, hear us, yeah. are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors of Yah. Listen close, hear us, yeah.
Rumba,